Showtime. What up? 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 What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another one. We back again, baby. We back again. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. You already know what it is. We're going to break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you and I feel like talking about. Excuse me. It's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. Like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. Life is still getting serious for R. Kelly. Man, they got another surviving R. Kelly out here. I did not know that. I looked up.
Small head.
I was like, yo, why is R. Kelly trending the last 2 days? Why is R. Kelly still trending?
You never heard of it.
And then I looked up and I said, oh, they got a whole nother surviving R. Kelly out here? Oh, man.
You never heard of it.
Damn, why they got to talk about the kid like that? I mean, shit. I saw Free R. Kelly is trending too. Free R. Kelly is trending very heavy. We'll talk about it. Got to talk about it. Also, Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp. Oh, man. Shannon came back today to work, and it was still love. He was like, Skip, you gonna let me talk? I can't even get through my opening monologue. Skip. Hey, look, they sounded like how we sound on my show. Listening to those two argue, it sound like our show, right? Okay, put a case on it. All right. Also, we got to cover this. I'll talk about that last. Mayweather and Spence old sparring wars. People are talking about that. Like, do we really care about what happened in sparring with Spence and Mayweather? What 5, 6, maybe 8 years ago?
You never heard of it.
Not really too much, but we'll talk about it. Also, Keith Murray out here kissing and telling. Now, I don't know how long ago this relationship was with him and Foxy Brown. But Keith Murray feel like, yo, I got to talk about it. He's out, yo. She gave me that, ooh-ee. Little mop salad, little sloppy toppy. What other words can we use? Glizzy goblin. Yeah. He out here still talking about what happened with him and Foxy. Now, I heard some people say, yo, she was fouled for that. Now, and some people saying, no, he's fouled because she kept it a secret all these years. He's the one that's out here talking. You know, how do you guys feel about that? Yo, is it a limit on it? Like, when you start talking about your old conquest, should you not, like, you know, if it's been years and years, shoot, might have been a decade or two since you smashed Shorty, should you still be talking about that two decades later or 15, 20 years later? I don't know. We'll talk about it. But that's what we at with it, man. I really didn't know which one of these topics I wanted to talk about, and I was like, well, let's do a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying? Let's just set the table and we can talk about it, all right? But I'd be remiss if I didn't run this intro. I'm gonna run a short intro because I'm not blasting this link out everywhere because I don't know where this topic gonna go, where this show gonna go. I might get kicked out of some of my groups, so I'm gonna just leave it right here on YouTube, okay? Don't know where this show is gonna go. Don't anticipate a large audience on this episode tonight because I'm not sharing the link out too many places. I don't know what's about to happen. I'm just going to have a conversation with y'all. We live, pull up. I'm going to put it on the community tab, though. I will put it on the wall. We live, pull up. So, yeah. I don't know. So we'll talk about it. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to run the 30-second intro. I'm going to come back with the Neighbors Only roll call, and we're going to jump right into this R. Kelly and Aaliyah situation. Do the skipping Shannon topic next. Then we'll go into the Keith Murray, Foxy Brown kiss and tell, and we'll close it out with Mayweather Spence. All right, so that's going to be the order of operations tonight. All right? It's your man Nash, Breaking Beats, man. I love y'all. Hope you love yourself. If not, guess what? God loves you. And so does Martin Nash in the neighborhood. You ain't got to love me. Just click like on the show. Just click the like button. Just like me. All right? Click the like button. Or you can click the dislike button. Regardless, God loves me. Give me 30 seconds. Smoke them if you got them. Pour it up if you're a sipper. Go on, pour it up. Roll them up if you're a smoker. And if you just like to have a little coffee and tea and stuff like that, go and get your tea bag. Start tea bagging. Yo. All right, I talked for 5 minutes. That's enough for YouTube to keep it clean so we can start cussing after that. Let me run 30-second intro and let's get it.
This is my passion.
Whoa, wrong one. That's 5 minutes. Here we go. 30 seconds. Let's go.
This that squad sound.
Yeah, man. What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man, Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking These Damn Beats. How y'all feel? What's the deal? You already know what it is. We're going to break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else you and I feel like talking about. Hip-hop, political, sports show with a comedy twist. Going to let these jokes fly a little bit, because life is serious enough. Before I do anything, man, let me do this neighbors only roll call. Neighbors only roll call, because without the neighbors, the show wouldn't be the show at this level. So shout out to everybody for supporting the show in a major way. We give them a quick roll call.
What up?
Sweaty Teddy, what up, though?
What up?
That guy Eclipse 330.
What up?
KP from KC5.
What up?
Adam Kelly in Australia.
What up, gangsta?
KP.
What up?
TJ.
What up?
Matt Wade.
What up?
Kevin Brower.
What up?
Pudo.
What up?
Juan Davila.
What up?
DJ.
What up?
Tony Boswell.
What up?
Karma Serene.
What up?
Kansas City Mac.
What up?
Ill Status Boxing.
What up?
Ace Retro.
What up?
Tank the Sweet Sciences Examiner. My brother, what up?
What up, gangsta?
Beyond and Above Media.
What up?
Pittsburgh T.
What up?
Juan Epoxy Magic.
What up?
SF City Slicker.
What up?
I Know Boxing.
What up?
Stephen Bateman all the way in Australia.
What up?
All the way in Australia.
What up, gangsta?
There we go. Deuce Times.
What up?
Boxing Lounge.
What up?
It's Max.
What up?
Mike from Boston.
What up?
Rider of the Storm.
What up?
Here to there.
What up?
Miss Queen returns.
What up?
Taylor Bell.
What up?
Maddie Yoel.
What up?
C. Jones 0224.
What up?
Cliff Bailey.
What up?
Con Shonery.
What up?
Lisa Bell, she never fails.
What up, gangsta?
Cooking with the champ.
What up?
On the mic with Terence Bailey Sr.
What up?
True Media Today USA Boxing. That's my guy, Coach Malachi Williams.
What up, gangsta?
HLD.
What up?
Cooking with Sir Senior.
What up?
Brandon Washington.
What up?
Born Supreme.
What up?
Lady Shan done them season all the way in the UK.
What up, gangsta?
Dub Right Side.
What up?
D Bevel the Champ.
What up?
Rob G Film. Oh, nope, no more Rob G Film. Sorry about that. D Bevel the Champ.
What up?
And of course, the big fish himself, my good brother Derek Lincoln.
What up, gangsta?
All right. All right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for support. Thanks for pulling up. All right, let's get into it. Girl behind the mic, what up, though? Deuce, what up? Lisa Bells, I see you. All right. Let's talk about it. Let me see what he's saying in the chat other than the shout outs. Anybody talking about the topic yet? He said, after so long, it is what it is when it comes to kissing and telling. However, it is messy to publicly disclose your sexual past, especially if you're talking about isn't saying any. If who you're talking about isn't saying anything, right? Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Yeah. Especially that person, like, if it was some shit that was on, like, y'all wasn't even in a relationship, like Clips. If it was like some like it was some hookup type thing, once you kept it quiet, yeah, you supposed to keep it quiet. If it was like a hookup type thing, but now if you was in a relationship, yeah, you can always talk about your old relationship. Yeah, we used to be married, or we was dating for 3 years, or whatever. If you're talking about it in good taste, but just to be out here saying, yo, shorty used to top me off, yo, she had some good mouth, like, come on, B. How old are you, bro? How old are you? Come on, fam. Put a case on Keith Murray, bro. But I'm going too far. I'm getting too far ahead. Let me stay on topic right now. All right. So let me get right to it. So R. Kelly was trending, and I was like, what the hell is going on with R. Kelly? Why is he trending? What is going on? And then I looked and saw Lifetime has a part three to Surviving R. Kelly. Did we need a part 3 to Surviving R. Kelly?
It never heard of it.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But this news is out there now. This has been trending the last 12 hours. Well, since probably last night, yesterday, but this last 12 hours has really been going on. And it's all about who you ask and who's writing the article, how it's worded and how it's framed, right? Because some people are framing it as R. Kelly forced Aaliyah's family to sign. Some people saying R. Kelly bound them to a non-disclosure. But non-disclosure agreements aren't legal if it's concealing a crime. You get what I'm saying? Somebody can't make you can't go to jail or be held accountable for breaking an NDA if it is a crime, far as all I know, right? Bear with me. Let's get to this dramatic reading. Here we go. Let me see how they framing it right here at billboard.com. Final chapters of Surviving R. Kelly claim the singer forced Aaliyah's family to sign non-disclosure agreement following the annulment. Now, it's one thing to say they signed a non-disclosure, but from what they're saying here is they got the rights to his first 3 albums. Now, let me see. What was R. Kelly's first 3 albums? Y'all know. Let me see the discography now. Because he came out with a bang. You got 12 Play, right? That's 1993. You got 1995, the R. Kelly album. And then 1998, the R. So those the first 3 albums? Sheesh. 12 Play was a big one. That R. Kelly album, that was a big one too. That one had the Step Into My Room. It had the Baby. It had the Down Low. Nobody Has to Know. You Remind Me of Something. Humping and Bouncing. That one had some joints on it too. It had some hits. Trade in My Life, man. That was my shit right there. Trade in My Life. All right, my bad. I'm sorry. I can't reminisce and sing R. Kelly songs. I'm sorry. They'll put a case on me out here. My boy Ryder Storm said, I still listen to R. Kelly. Okay, Born into the 90s. I thought that was public announcement, though. Okay, Born into the 90s was the shit with Honey Love, Dedicated, Slow Jam. Come on. Hits. Big hits. Big hits on that record. All right. So basically what we're reading here, according to this Lifetime series, they said former Kelly security guard saying Aaliyah's father said he wouldn't press charges in exchange for the rights to Kelly's first 3 albums. That sounds like extortion, though. Doesn't that sound like extortion? I won't tell the police what you did if you give me the rights to your album. Doesn't that sound like extortion? I ain't saying he's right. I ain't saying it's right or wrong, but that sounds like extortion, yo. Let me make sure I got the link out here early too. If anybody want to join the conversation, you click this link and call me a bitch ass nigga tonight, though. It ain't gonna be like last night, though. I'm letting you fair warning. It ain't gonna be no nice guy tonight. Where I just like, oh man, what happened? Nah. I'm gonna give you everything you look for, homeboy. But yeah. That's where we at with it. So they saying R. Kelly had to give up. Now here we go. Let me read it. Let me read what they say. The final 2 installments of Lifetime's Surviving R. Kelly docuseries ended with a pair of bombshell revelations about the in-prison singer's controversial marriage to then underage Aaliyah. May she rest in peace. The 2 episodes that debuted on Monday and Tuesday focused in on Kelly's 2022 federal trial, which included allegations that the singer and his team allegedly forced Aaliyah's family to sign a non-disclosure agreement in the wake of the annulment of the performer's brief marriage. Now, again, like I say, you can't say he forced them into an NDA if they forced him to give up the rights to 3 albums. Bro, it's one thing to say, hey, give me a check here, give me a check for 200,000, give me a check for 3 million. No, I want to get paid for the rest of my life off this shit. I own it now. Wow. Sounds like extortion. Just don't even sound like that's even legal. All right. Martin Ash, I ain't gonna lie, all these chicks and simp dudes on his show, no God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not, Clips. I'm not. Absolutely not. It's all good when the black man being victimized. It's never good. It's never good when anybody's being victimized. Somebody said, he said, fuck pimped out his daughter for money. That, bro, come on, Ride of the Storm. That's crazy, right? And I thought about it. I was like, yo, I've never heard from Aaliyah's parents. I don't see them out doing interviews. They never did an interview that I know of. I probably couldn't pick them out of a lineup right now in 2023. But all right. Let me see what they're saying out here. Let me go back to this. So Kelly and Aaliyah were married in secret in August of 1994 when Aaliyah, the Rock the Boat singer, was just 15. Even though their marriage certificate listed her age as 18, the marriage was reportedly annulled by Aaliyah's parents in February of 1995. Interviews with some of Kelly's and Aaliyah's entourages revealed some of the details of the NDA, which reportedly came out after Aaliyah's father was what's this? Okay, basically her father found out about the marriage. Okay. Longtime friend and former bodyguard, what's his name? Jim Pratt, told the surviving R. Kelly team that Aaliyah's family signed a contract with Kelly that promised they would not press charges against him for the illegal marriage after the annulment if Kelly promised to sell them the rights. Where we at? My screen just jumped. They promised long-term. If Kelly promised to sell them the rights to his first 3 albums during last year's federal trial, a jury found Kelly guilty on 3 counts of child porn, basically. Y'all know what he mean. And 3 counts of enticing a minor to engage in sexual activity. Aaliyah was referred to as Jane Doe number 1 at the trial. Her quote, her dad, Michael, how you say it, Houghton, Houghton, her dad, Michael, didn't want her anywhere near him, Pratt said in the series about wanting to put distance between Kelly, who was 27 at the time of the marriage, and Aaliyah, whose debut album, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, released when she was 14, was produced and mostly written by R. Kelly. The stories of Kelly and Aaliyah's secret marriage were rumored at the time, but the final episodes of the Lifetime series put the details of the aftermath into sharper focus. All right. They include allegations about members of Kelly's inner circle allegedly looking the other way at Kelly's abuse of women, young girls, and young men over decades. With Pratt saying that he, R. Kelly, couldn't do this by himself. It's clear as day there were enablers. Now, Variety has noted that the NDA came up in Kelly's 2022 trial in New York trial, 2022 New York trial, though it did not receive widespread media coverage at that time. Chicago reporter, can't say his name, what's this, Dan Rogatis, originally broke the news of the NDA, telling the New York Times podcast in 2018 about the document, a non-disclosure agreement between her parents. But look, who assigned that? Somebody said, so it wasn't just an underage sexual relationship. He hit her, allegedly, according to the court documents. So he was physically abusive as well. A lawyer for Kelly had not returned the reports to this publication. We read them Billboard.com right now about the NDA. In September 2021, Kelly was found guilty in New York on 9 counts, including racketeering and 14 underlying acts, including sexual exploitation of a child, kidnapping, robbery, and sex trafficking charges, as well as 8 counts of violating the sex trafficking law known as the Mann Act. In 2022, Kelly, 55, was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The singer is still facing additional sentencing in Chicago, as well as pending felony sex crime charges in Minnesota. Wow. Damn. Okay. Let's see what they saying. Got Deuce Times in the building. Deuce Times, what up, family?
What's up, Mark? What's poppin', homie?
What's good? What you talk to me? What you think of this? R. Kelly's trending again. They said he made the family sign an NDA in exchange for the rights to his first 3 albums. What do you think of this this revelation right here?
Just more lies, more propaganda, more smear campaign. You see, it's going against him though, man. Ain't nobody picking that shit up. Niggas trying to hate on the homie, man. They gonna let that nigga out, bro. I don't believe none of that shit, and I still gonna stand on that. They gotta show me the tape.
If I show you the tape, I will be engaging in child porn.
Day. Keeping it real with you though, homie. I don't believe none of that shit. Just more propaganda, bro.
But
That's all it is.
They showed it to the jury. So what? Say what? Huh? Can you hear me? Okay. So Deuce don't believe it. Deuce doesn't believe R. Kelly is guilty. Anybody out there believe R. Kelly's guilty or innocent? Call in 446921766. Miss Queen returns. Talk to me.
I think other people need to go to jail besides him.
Go ahead. Talk to me.
Like the parents, they need to go to jail because they was stealing their daughters. Because that's crazy. I watched I don't know how many of them shows they had on Lifetime. I watched them. And the parents need to be brought up on charges too. I don't necessarily care what happened to him because he abused a lot of people over a long period of time. But everybody that helped him turn a blind eye and knew about it, they need to be brought up on charges too.
Go ahead, Deuce.
Huh?
No, I got somebody else here. Deuce, unmute your mic. You ready? All right, I'll come back to him. So you believe he's guilty? You believe he's guilty of sin? Ain't no way.
Oh yeah. Most definitely. I saw that tape with him and that little girl. Yeah. He guilty. He did that.
Okay. What do you think of the father signing away the saying, hey, we're gonna sign the NDA. We won't press charges on you, but we need the rights to your first 3 albums.
They sold their daughter for money. They need to go to jail too. And it's like some rumor that the mama was sleeping with him too.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
It's a rumor, allegedly, maybe, possibly. Okay. Oh man, this is messy right here. Hey, to me, that sounds like extortion. Miss Queen returns.
It probably is, but I feel like if you're gonna be in dirty business, then you gotta deal with the cost of dirty business, which is probably gonna also be dirty. So I don't feel bad for him if they extorted him, because that's the cost of doing business when you in that line of work.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation right here. Like I said, I couldn't believe they was making another surviving R. Kelly, but I get it. They doing it as like the final chapter, because the trial was last year. But shoot, he still got another trial in Minnesota. Go ahead.
I think it's all a game. I think part of me think he sacrificed himself, because when I was watching that movie, all of them got decent educations. They have fairly decent jobs. They got book deals. They got interviews. They all making money. I think like he knew his time was up, and he said, "Oh well, I go to jail and y'all get all this stuff." I think all this is a game.
What's the end goal? What's the end goal? He's in prison. Why would he do that?
I mean, they all got educated. Like, okay, he did whatever he was doing, but everybody benefit from it. You know what I'm saying? And I think whatever was going on, he wasn't able to make money no more. So, after that, they got all kind of endorsements and they got their businesses exposed to the world and all of that stuff. I think everybody had a mutual benefit. Just like Cosby. I believe that them women they knew exactly what was going on. And they was doing it so they could get their college tuition paid for.
But okay. Well, you said he's guilty though.
Yeah, he guilty.
Okay.
Like if the abuse, well, one, if they weren't underage, then I wouldn't necessarily care because these is grown people making decisions. But these was underage girls. That's why I say the parents should also be brought up on charges because they were sex trafficking their own daughters.
Go ahead, Deuce. I'm gonna mute your mic while he's talking, so you don't have that background noise, Queen. And when you're ready to jump in, you can just jump back in. Go ahead, Deuce. What's your take? She said he guilty and he should be locked up, but the parents should be locked up too. Unmute your mic, Deuce. All right, Deuce, we're trying to go to you. Bad audio, can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix my audio, bro. Am I cool? Am I cool?
You good now? Go ahead, talk to me.
Okay. Oh yeah, man. Like I was saying though, yeah, it's all a smear campaign, bro. To take they want to put the face of the child hurting children in that way on a black man like R. Kelly, when there's way higher people and way more powerful people than R. Kelly, but they trying to show you this guy, put you in front of him to hide those people, like the Epsteins and the Weinsteins and all those guys. I'm sorry, I just don't believe. You can't tell me that R. Kelly was knowingly hanging out at McDonald's and looking for all these little girls and doing all this stuff. You just can't tell me that. I'm sorry.
Why is that so hard?
I don't believe it.
Why is that so hard to believe?
Because he's a famous person, bro. Like, if anything, he would have people do that for him. But they make it seem like it's him doing it. Like, it's crazy, bro. They just make all these allegations on this guy and everything's supposed to stick. In this trial, so many of those allegations were debunked by the lawyers on the stage, and they still convicted him. Still convicted him, bro. It sucks, man. Like, it's a big ass witch hunt. I want to know what the reason for it is.
Okay, go ahead, Queen.
I don't think it's to accuse the black man. I think that's crazy. That man did that. I remember R. Kelly had to be like in his late 40s when he was dressed like a teenager with a backpack on and everything. What grown man hanging out at McDonald's? What kind of grown man do stuff like that?
That's what he's saying. He don't believe he hung out at McDonald's.
It was a whole photo of him dressed. I'm talking about he was dressed like a high school student with the backpack and everything. He got caught on film like that. I seen it with my own eyes.
Maybe he was buying a lot of burgers and he needed a backpack to carry everything. Them nuggets get heavy, yo. You ever try to carry 420 pieces with a cup holder, the fries?
Okay. Why he was buying kids Happy Meals? Why he was doing it?
Because they come with a he might have wanted an item.
That's slander, man. That's slander.
Go ahead, Deuce.
I don't believe this nigga was hanging out at McDonald's, man. It would be all kind of video. R. Kelly been famous for 40 years.
Let me see if I can
find
go at McDonald's.
He can't go nowhere without nobody taking a picture or running up on him or nothing like that.
That's what I'm telling you. It was a whole photo. I seen it. He was dressed like a high schooler. Okay, he had the backpack and everything. And at that point, the tape had already come out with the little 14-year-old girl or whatever. So this is years after that. And I was like, well, whatever. He was found not guilty. Whatever happened with that case, nothing happened to him because of it. So I was like, whatever. I wasn't sure he was a sexual deviant then.
Fix your audio.
Me?
Yeah, whatever.
What is he doing?
He is a sexual deviant. He is a sexual. He has a sex addiction. He'll have sex with anybody.
Hold on, yo.
He'll have sex with any woman. Excuse me.
Let me take my call, yo. Let me take my call. Go ahead, Clips.
What's happening? What's happening, David? How's everybody feeling this night?
Talk to me.
I know Deuce is gonna get mad, but yeah, I personally, I'm convinced Kels did that shit. It's one of those things where, you know, when there's a pattern there, there's obviously a there, and it could be deeper than, you know, there could be layers to the onion, but, you know, from the young girls to the young boys, there's a clear pattern. There's a consistency with the stories and how the things went about, not to mention to when the acts were being done, what he likes to do and have done. There was such a consistency, you know, that I find it hard to believe that many people all could keep one lie straight that much. Now, like I said in the comments, I do believe that we are being misled with the R. Kelly thing because no one's looking at the handlers, managers, and parents. And I do agree with Deuce that R. Kelly is just small potatoes into the world of grooming and sex slavery. But he's that shiny object. And as black men, as black people in America, we always fall for this trap where we think just because white folks do shit, we can do shit too, just because we got some money. Yeah, there's the Epsteins and them Weinstein, but R. Kelly, your money and your fame is not going to protect you when you're doing your shit. It's going to come out.
All right, appreciate it, Clips.
Yep, back in the chat.
Hold on, Clips, real quick before you go. I got one question. Hold on, let me ask Clips one question.
Yeah.
Hey, Clips, is it possible? Is it possible that you said the consistency from the stories? They had a lot of consistency. Is it possible that, you know, the stories were on the Surviving R. Kelly show? When witnesses or victims are making public statements, it makes it easy for somebody else to say they have the details. I can say, okay, yeah, he took me to a hotel or she took me to a hotel and this happened. And people are like, oh, that's the same thing as her story, where her story was on TV. So it's easy for us to have the same story.
That actually is a very good point. And as much as we are trying to bring light to sexual predators and monsters out here, in this Me Too era and Believe the Woman, there has been a very slippery slope of prosecuting people in the media, which will open stuff up for that, where, okay, you saw that with Cosby, it was one or two allegations, and then once it got public, then everyone was like, yeah, he did the same thing to me. And then there were waves with R. Kelly where I do agree with you by the third or fourth wave. Somebody is not wrong for just saying, now, is this person just speaking up to get a check, or are they speaking up because this happened to them too? And so I do believe that is a very slippery slope when it comes to prosecuting criminal matters like sexual assault in social media or the media.
Okay. Shout out
especially, hey, bro, especially when you know about the propaganda and the scripts they get them to read from and all. You know about all this stuff, bro. Hell nah, bro.
There are crisis actors. There are things like that say if he pissed off the right powerful people, they can put a couple crisis actors out there. That crisis actor gets in front of the camera, tells a compelling story. Now 4 or 5 people who have a personal gripe against R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, whoever, all they got to do is just mirror that story and chime in, and now you got a full-fledged scandal. That is possible. Me personally, though, I don't think Kells is a victim here. I think Kells is only a victim of his own psychological and sexual issues, and the fact that he's a victim of his fame and success, because instead of getting help, he had a whole bunch of yes men.
And bro, and you know the FBI.
Hold on. Let me wrap him up, Deuce, because you're going back and forth with him too much. He at work, and y'all, yeah, I gotta wrap him up. Go ahead. Clips, finish your thought.
No, I think that's the one thing that R. Kelly is a victim of. He's a victim of sycophants and enablers who, you know, Uh, I personally don't think that anybody displaying R. Kelly's uh, R. Kelly's proclivity just developed this when they got rich and famous. R. Kelly was a wild boy for a long time. Somebody should have probably been said something to him. Every dude who's honest had that one homeboy who we pulled to the side and said, "Nigga, if you do that again, I'm gonna fuck you up, and we can't be friends."
For sure.
And, you know what I'm saying? Any man who's being honest had that friend who we knew was a problem.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, Clip. Thanks for calling in, big dog.
Yep.
My man. Shout out to that guy, Clips. Go ahead, Deuce. What was you saying?
I was just saying, bro, we know about all the propaganda. He knows about all that, man. All these people trying to say the same story and all that. Nah, bro. I don't believe that shit, homie. This dude been extorted so many times by people just bringing girls to him. And you know what I mean? All of a sudden.
How does that keep happening then? How do you keep getting it stored?
Because he's not an intelligent person, bro. He's not an intelligent person. He's a sex fiend. Like, this is already known. And he don't get charged. He don't get investigated until some made up documentary comes out. Give me a break, bro. Hell nah.
No, he got charged before that, Deuce. He just beat it.
No, these new charges, bro. These new charges, these girls who
hold up, but you just said he never got charged before this fake documentary. That's not true. He did get charged before. He went to trial before this documentary.
Bro.
That's a
I'm
fact.
talking about, yeah, that's a fact, but this all intense search. And this stuff came up, this stuff about the surviving R. Kelly stuff came up after the first charge. The Azriel girl and all that stuff. So it wasn't all that serious until a documentary comes out. Give me a break, bro.
What was the physical evidence that they got R. Kelly with?
Hearsay.
No. It was
hearsay.
other, right?
They had journals. They had tapes. They had recordings.
Journals from R. Kelly from who? Journals from R. Kelly? Tapes from R. Kelly? Why is it not publicized?
Not from R. Kelly, from the victims.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think one of the most damning ones was that last tape where they talked about, they played it and you can hear him and see him. And he's telling the girl to describe her underage vagina. Like he's telling her to say how old she is for the camera. The jury saw and heard that. I think that was one of the most damning pieces when she was like calling, her 14-year-old vagina, but she didn't use the word vagina, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That's pretty
But
damn.
they didn't put that out. Yeah, they gotta put that out for me.
No, you can't put that out. That's child porn, dudes. The jury sees it. The people who are
the tape they hit, you can block it out. You can all that. You gotta put that out though.
No, dude. The jury seen it. We got a transcript from court, but you want to see the video, dudes?
Yeah, blocked out.
What?
All that stuff. Yeah.
You can't smoke weed. Period.
Dudes, you can't say you want to see the 14-year-old tape, bro.
I want to hear that.
You can't say that,
Bro, I'm not saying I want to see the act or anything. You can block all that out. You can blur everything out. Am I being wrong?
Yes, bro. Like
you said you think I want to see the 14-year-old girl naked. That's what you got from my statement.
Deuce, what's wrong
that's
with
that's what you got from my statement?
Deuce,
answer that question.
You said you want to hear it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference between you hearing it and somebody reading you the exact transcript?
Man, I don't believe what people tell me, bro. I'm sorry. I'm in the show me state. I'm in the show me state.
But if they blur everything out, by your logic, you can always say, "Man, we didn't even see her. We don't know how old she was," or that was
no. If you blur out her body and all that stuff, you can see what's going on, bro. Don't be like that. You know what I'm talking about.
Do I? I don't know.
Well, I guess not. I guess not by the way you ask the questions you asking me. I guess not.
Nah, go ahead, Queen. I'll let you take the mic.
Oh yeah, they had a lot of evidence against them. Like somebody said in the chat about the strain of I think it was herpes.
Oh yeah.
And one of the other girls was infected with it, same strain. Right. R. Kelly did this. I don't think it's a slight on the black man or none of that. Cause what's that? When that white dude Jeffrey Epstein did, they got him too. He just somehow ended up dead in jail. No, the man is a pervert, and if he wasn't a pervert, people wouldn't bring him little girls. Like nobody just go bring you a little girl unless you interested in little girls.
I think he's interested in any girl. And to be clear, I'm not saying he didn't have intercourse whatever with the little girls. I'm saying he wasn't seeking out little girls. That's what I'm saying. How they try to
How
make
you
it
have
seem like
sex with a little girl? That's crazy.
no. I
That
don't
that
know.
doesn't make any sense.
I
I
mean,
don't know. I don't see it like that.
it's
Like he
warning.
got 12-year-old girls. You know what I mean? I don't.
But Deuce, is it? But it's some rich people out there that do dumb shit. We seen guys. We talk about it all the time. People up here throwing their life away for doing dumb shit, shooting themselves, making drug deals. Like guys who are rich, like buying guns off the streets. Like we see rich celebrities do dumb shit all the time. And if he's such a sexual deviant, like you say, why is it so inconceivable that he's like, man, I want any girl, any woman, this age to this age. Some guys want their girls very young so they're very easily to control and manipulate. They're easy to dominate. But it's some
I don't feel like he's a very. Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, I thought you were finished. I don't feel like he's a very intelligent person. I'm not here like saying R. Kelly's a saint or he's innocent. I'm saying the brother had problems and people who around him knew how to extort him and knew how to drain him and knew his weaknesses. You know what I mean? It's just going down like that. But for me to sit here to believe that R. Kelly is telling people to go bring him 12-year-old, 13-year-old little girls, nah, bro, don't run that to me. Or he's hanging out at McDonald's like creeping on little girls dressed in flashy clothes and backpacks and shit. Don't run that to me. I'm sorry.
Let me show you R. Kelly. Let me show you this video. I got it. Let me see if I got the Google images of R. Kelly at McDonald's. Here you go. Let's see if I can put it on the screen. Yeah, he frequents McDonald's. Shit, but Floyd Mayweather goes to McDonald's all the time too.
I know he loves McDonald's, bro. I know he does.
All right, here he at McDonald's with the fur coat on. Flashy clothes at McDonald's. You said you don't believe it, but here you go.
Incognito. Does he look like he's incognito?
Flashy clothes. He got a fur jacket on.
Does he look like he's incognito? He's like, oh yeah, I'm in the corner. Hey, come here, little girl. Does it look like that? He's with somebody, a couple of people. He's not by himself, like creeping on people. Like, come on, bro. A big ass crowd and shit. You guys want to make it seem like he's at McDonald's creeping and posted up in the corner by himself. And nah, bro, don't run that to me. Y'all narratives, homie.
You kind of
he ain't hiding from nobody.
He said that, but you say he's not
hiding. No, that's the narrative y'all trying to push, bro.
You say
no, that's the narrative that they told in court when they was telling their stories, and he didn't walk up on the little girls. He sent his little entourage or whatever to go. He picked one. He say, "Go get that one," and they bring the girl to him.
Here's him at McDonald's again with some more folks right here, Deuce.
No, bro, that's not what I'm trying to say, homie. I'm not trying to say the nigga won at McDonald's. I'm trying to say the narrative y'all trying to make like he creeping at McDonald's by himself and picking up little girls.
No,
this is pictures people taking of him.
He was never by himself. It was the people around him that was helping him too. That's why I said he ain't the only one that needs to be in jail.
Yeah, that's what the narrative is, Deuce. That they said in court. They would go get the girls. I like the one in the yellow shirt with the Pokemon backpack. The one with the Powerpuff Girl. For sure. I like the Powerpuff Girl one right there. The one with the pigtail and the braces.
For sure. For sure. I don't believe that, dog.
What?
The Pokemon backpack and braces, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying. All right. Somebody said his whole team and even his security was in on it. Somebody said put a case on it. Girl behind the mic said she said he wasn't going to any McDonald's. He was going to the high school McDonald's, picking them up like he was picking up combos. Pull up, girl behind the mic. Pull up. Click the link. Click the link. If you got the time, click the link for a little bit. What's up, Tracy? Tracy said his whole team. Haplo said put a case. Queen P said he's still a pedo. HLD said, what the fuck? R. Kelly even got his own strain of herpes. Bro, herpes is traceable. Like, herpes is one of those things, it attaches to your shit like that. So when you pass it on to somebody, they can, if it's 20 of us in the room, even if all 20 of us have herpes, they know who gave this girl herpes based off the strain. It kind of like attaches to your DNA type shit. It's weird. Yeah, but you can trace it. Yeah. You can trace it though.
Yeah, people want to bring up R. Kelly's herpes, but they don't bring up when he gave herpes to the 55-year-old whose husband sued him because she gave it to him.
What's the point of that?
So you want to bring up that?
No.
Yeah, but I'm saying everybody acting like he only mess with little girls. He's targeting little girls, but he also got cases where it's older women too. So,
well, you say he been famous for 40 years, so maybe he was fucking with her 40 years ago when she was 15.
Oh yeah, all right.
So you ain't think of that?
No, bro. I'm saying, yeah, all right. For sure. So he had herpes for 30 years?
Hell yeah, you have herpes. Hold on, herpes, you don't go rid of that shit. That shit forever.
I know, but it would be millions of girls, bro. Well, excuse me, thousands of girls coming over talking about R. Kelly gave him herpes, bro.
But maybe they don't know who gave it to him because they was hoes anyway.
Yeah.
Well, some of them,
maybe.
No.
Maybe.
And herpes is only transfers when a breakout is coming or you have one. So, people with herpes don't always pass it.
Look at the herpes expert. Shout out to Miss Queen Return.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know about that.
Hey, don't do me like that.
All right. Hey, dude, she said, you reach, I'll teach. Go ahead.
Right. I'm learning right now. I'm sent a learning tree right now. I'll yield.
Forever, but it is forever though, Deuce. You could have had some people I know have had that shit since high school. No doubt.
Oh, I know it's forever, bro. But I didn't know about the passing thing. So there we go.
Yep. All right. Somebody said the expert, Miss Queen.
Y'all funny.
Yeah, we talking shit. Go ahead though. Yeah, man. So you guys are all thinking like, yo, the family should. The girl behind the mic is here too. So y'all believe like some families should be charged with enabling. Some security should be charged, right?
I definitely believe that parents should be charged. They should go to jail for sex trafficking.
Go ahead, girl behind the mic. Welcome home.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Queen Sunkissed. Deuce. Shout out to
the girl behind the mic.
Yeah, I definitely.
So lackluster. Hey,
huh?
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, she like that because of me. That's why it's all good.
Would tell me to pull
what's
up.
What's up, my nigga?
No, what's up, my NBA brother? Bluetooth.
She will pull up right when we start talking about herpes. Go ahead. Hey, look. Whole hair. Your whole hair look like a breakout right now.
Like a breakout. But leave my hair alone. But leave my unit alone.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with Mrs. Queen Sunkissed, right? Even when I'm kind of sad I didn't know there was a part 3, but I don't even know if I watched part 2 though. But anyways, after watching part 1,
y'all don't care, y'all got the nigga now,
right? I mean, he behind bars, right? I mean, but even up to leading to all of that, it's always been a strong sentiment of mine that yes, we get it. I understand what Deuce is saying. I do. I get what you're saying in a strange way, that it was people around him and all this other stuff. But personally, my personal take is I wouldn't go as far as saying it's all their fault because R. Kelly has a mind of his own and he has to be held accountable too. But I do feel, and I've always said it, that the handlers, yes, even the security, even hello, allegedly Drea Kelly, I side-eyed her the whole entire time. I'm not saying she did or she did.
She kept the name of her abuser.
She kept the name of her abuser. You were the wife. You were there throughout this. And I'm not saying she didn't suffer traumas and all this other stuff. I'm just side-eyeing all the adults that were involved as it pertained to the underage girls. And then the parents, they have to be, I've always said the parents need to be held accountable. They're complicit. I don't care how that looks like. You fed your kids to the sharks. It's always stemmed from Aaliyah. You know? So
I always thought that was weird. Even when I think I was in junior high when their relationship happened. I was like, they look like they too close for her to be underage. That man in his mid-30s. That's how. I thought he was at the time. But that was strange. So like then when that video came out with him peeing on that little girl, I was like, So like right now, I don't care about R. Kelly being locked up. I'm trying to figure out if he's making any money off his music. Because if he's making money off his music, I'm not listening to it.
Go ahead, sir. Senior, talk to me.
Salute to you, Martin Ash. Everybody hit the like button. You already here. Might as well hit the like button. Know what's wrong with y'all.
Couldn't agree more. Talk to me.
But I'm not gonna say it as blunt as Sir Senior usually do. I'm gonna sprinkle a little seasoned salt on it and say that obviously horrible people do horrible things. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If we can throw R. Kelly in jail and say he needs to go to hell with gasoline draws, then the parents and all the other people doing the same thing as R. Kelly, you know, if they the best of both worlds, they should go to jail too. Respectfully.
Here we go. With the respectfullys. no more respectfullys this year. We're gonna try to end that one with cap and respectfully. We're gonna put that on the list of words we're gonna try to leave in 2022. I gotta stop saying it myself. Look, do you think any respect is due to R. Kelly right here? What about the family of Aaliyah? How do you feel about them signing the NDA to keep him out of jail to get the rights to 3 of his albums? What's your take on that? And I'm gonna get girl behind the mic take on it too.
I think they blatantly sold their child into slavery, into sex slavery. It wasn't even how old school, you'll pay a dowry for a child. Because that's what people was calling them. They're 16, or if they wasn't 18, they're still a child. You'll pay a dowry for them. No, this was solely for him to be, weirdo R. Kelly. It doesn't matter that his mind, that people say a lot of times allegedly that his mind is closer to or on the same level as a child. Okay, right. He's just a special needs weirdo R. Kelly. But they're just as bad, actually worse, because they supposedly have a grown-up mind. So not only are they complicit, compliant, and going along with the fact of him and his sickness, they want to profit off of it. So that should be some type of not just sex slavery. Right. I mean, it should be all types of crap they should get for that as well.
Fair enough. Go ahead, girl behind the mic.
Yeah, can someone correct me? Because I remember hearing years ago that it was Aaliyah's uncle. I forget his name. He's got like a really popular name in the music industry, I guess. I thought it was her uncle that garnered some. What is that called? The masters or something like that. I thought they had some masters of his.
That's what I said. The family, the family got the rights to.
Yeah, the family, but I heard it was the uncle, like the mom's brother, and I think he's something else. Yes, him. That's the name. That's the name that I heard years ago, that he brokered that deal and he has the masters. But that's the thing. You sell your niece and they sell their daughter for Lento.
He was her manager until 95 when her father, Mike, took over as manager. Ironically, that's when that happened too, right?
Right.
But Mike took over as the manager. Aaliyah remained on his label though until her death. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he got control of all her music. He just now released it.
It's called Black Ground.
Late last year.
And so not to even forget,
he was famously married to Gladys Knight from 74 to 79. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not to forget the pattern that's there. I heard allegedly at the height of that 14-year-old video surfacing, and the reason why that never went further or gained legs was that girl's parents were also under a payment, allegedly. This is what I heard from the bloggers, and this is years ago, before all of this even came out. So we have a history of, that's why I am a proponent of holding the parents accountable. It goes beyond, and that's why I'm like, it behooves me, but I'm just like, why aren't they getting charged with something? There's a lot of people that enabled R. Kelly, but R. Kelly deserves to be where he's at today, respectfully. Shout out R. Kelly, prison time.
She said, shout out to R. Kelly and his prison time. Wow. Again, man, if you just tuning in, we're talking about Aaliyah's family signing an NDA to not press charges in exchange for the rights and the masters, pretty much for R. Kelly's first 3 albums. Wow. All right. Anybody got anything else on this before I go to this Foxy Brown and Keith Murray? He out here kissing and telling. All right, cool. Perfect. Let me go right here to it. And it looks like he don't double back. Now he got a story about being with Shannon too. So he out here getting popular for telling these stories. Now let me see if I can play this.
Went into the hotel and
here we go. So this Keith Murray, he's telling the story about him and Foxy Brown and what happened. And basically he tells the story, and according to him, she was with Corrupt at the time. And he said he ate her out. She gave him some head. And as we're coming out the hotel, or wherever they're coming from, her dude is coming up. Let's hear him tell the story in his words.
Brooklyn too, and sometimes, and I was dealing with her. I was trying to, date her, be a boyfriend, girlfriend. And then Wendy Williams on the radio was like celebrity sightings. They seen us coming out of a hotel. And then Eric Sherman was like, yo, she got you, Keith. Wendy got you. They talk about you and Foxy. I was like, all right, boss, I don't care. It's cool. I'm going to be spotted. But after the show, we rocked hardcore, went into the hotel, and she gave me hardcore head.
Whoa. Yo, let me put him on the screen because y'all got to see his face when he does this, yo. Let me put him on the screen. He said she gave him hardcore head. Like, doesn't sound like a monster right there. Okay. Let me make sure y'all can hear this audio. Let's go. Whoa, hardcore head. I thought it was Lil Kim was hardcore, but okay, let's go.
You know what I'm saying? Hardcore head. And then I was not ate up, but I never her. And then she was with Corrupt at that time. So we was coming out of the hotel after she gave me head, tapped me in the chair, gave me head. So I was coming out of the hotel, the Lamar Trion. And we was going, the Corrupt was coming, and he was coming. He was coming. And I said she was coming out the hotel, the elevator, and we was walking. And I said, oh, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to pin, and with the East Coast, West Coast going on. And she said, and I said, yo, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to pin 2 rappers against each other. So I spent off and went the other way. And she went right to him. And that was around the time when she was with him. You know what I'm saying?
But around the time she came out, that East and West Coast shit it already died down. You know what I'm saying? Big and Pac had already passed away by the time Fox was really out.
And God bless the dead. I ain't gonna say nothing, but at the Apollo, DMX. Bomb, the boom.
What? What?
You know what I'm saying? But with me, yo, your head, ate the. Then I was going to Brooklyn and England.
Yo.
He's like, not in my brother's room, Keith. No, not here. Head, bang, bang, bang. In the hotel. Then they got married. I was like, oh, dude, that's when I knew females are no go. Yo, she's a main artist, whopping me off. Married to this dude, but I don't know if they was married at that time. You know what I'm saying? It was around that era. And then they was beefing with the other girl, the Nivea they corrupt was with at that time. That time, word. Yo, can you imagine your wife, a rapper, whopping off and then walking? Well, she was trying to use me. It could have been guns popping that night in there in that lobby. But I used to do the raises with the mouth. I had to raise it all the time. So they would have had me in somewhere in LA locked up, slicing over some kitty cat with her. You know what I'm saying? Foul, wow moment. Word is bomb. I kid you not. I kid you not.
Lord, the DRUGS.
Okay. All right. Now, that's Corrupt's version of the story. Now, I'm going to play what Foxy Brown had to say. Wow. Before I do that, let me just go right into her reaction. Let me see if is this her audio? This the audio?
With MREC TV. He's stating that
Oh no, this ain't it. Let me find it.
Indeed.
But basically, I found her reaction. Why I found her reaction. Ladies, y'all react to that first. Let me hear what y'all think of him talking about this relationship that's clearly about over 20 years old. It's definitely over 20 years ago.
Yeah, he needs some money and he look like he high and it's not weed.
That's it? That's what you got?
And like I don't understand kissing and telling for what? Why is it anybody's business? And it don't look good when women do it, and it sure don't look good on a man.
Okay. Go ahead, girl behind the mic. What's your take on this?
Yeah, it's giving August Alsina vibes, but it's super tacky. I mean, there's a difference, right? Having experiences and speaking on his experiences without having to include her name. You know, you can say back in the day, a famous female rapper, whatever the case is. But it's like he intentionally went out of his way to just tell the story of his alleged experience, and it's tacky. It's giving desperation.
Okay, I can't find it. But basically, in her response, she was like, basically, nigga hungry. Basically, he ain't he's thirsty out here. He ain't been hot since that Who Shot You remix or something like that. All right, so that's how she went, but she didn't deny it though. She did not deny it. Sir, you talk to me. You got a take on this?
Yeah, I would definitely say he tried to spill more tea than the Boston Tea Party, respectfully. I ain't no respect in that. Yeah, Bobby Brown jaw too. Yeah, Bobby Brown jaw. And I mean, that's what happens when you get around crackheads and they start talking. Allegedly, because I ain't got no, drug test to prove that. But I'm saying from the eye test, when you get around crackheads and they start talking, they tell everything.
The eye test, indeed.
All right. Let me see what they're saying in the chat. He said, okay, he's talking about women do it all the time. At least tell her friends shit she shouldn't. I agree, it's crazier when a man does it, but women tell their stories. They are living their truth when they tell their stories. Okay. Clip said, Lisa said, if he was going to kiss and tell, why now? It's been well over 20 years. She still hung up What did you say? He still hung up on her, so she turned him out. Shout out to Tracy, obviously, right? Yeah, it's definitely it's reminding me of like Irv Gotti, maybe. Definitely giving Irv Gotti vibes. But let me see. Now this is another good video. Oh, he out here on the Kiss and Tell tour. This him now talking about he ate the rapper Shauna's pussy in Miami. Ludacris warned me not to get involved with it.
I think LL Cool J was on that, right? Tell me about that.
Well, look to like that. Shauna was disturbing the peace. Love that got away.
Here we go.
Shauna is very Grand Poobah. Like that. You know what I'm saying? So, oh yeah, and I knew it's all the Shauna. Shauna is another one that got away. Shauna is very beautiful.
He said Shala the second time. He said Shauna, then he said Shala.
Shauna is another one that got away. Shauna is very beautiful woman to me. So Rob Love, Rob Love is the street promotion A&R. He will always be around and he would bring me around the artists. And Shauna was disturbing the peace. And then me and Shauna started taking a liking to each other. So one day we was at the House of Blues and, Shauna was on the wall. And she was on the wall and I had it like this. I was like,
Yo, I gotta share the screen now. Oh shit. I gotta share the screen, yo. Yo. Let me show you what he did because he started acting it out, son. Let me share the screen. Look at this dude.
Shauna was on the wall, and she was on the wall, and I had it like this. I was like, on the wall. And Ludacris was like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know he is laid back. Don't do it. But she got the lips, luckiest lips with the eyelashes before the ladies were putting eyelashes on. Her eyelashes was popping like little butterflies, though. Yeah, so
that nigga don't stood up.
Shauna.
He ain't even sitting down no more in the interview. He don't stood up. He all close now. Man, sit your ass down and do the interview right. This nigga don't stood up on the camera. He all close. All right, let's play some more of this.
Yeah. And then me and my man Drew used to road manage me. We was in Miami. So Shauna was there. I connected with her. She said, yeah, I'm in Miami. I'm over here. I said, I'm gonna come see you. So me and Drew, asked Drew. I kid you not. Asked Drew. Walked over to the hotel and her friend was in the room and Drew was there. And Shauna was in the bed like this. So the bed was there and I walked up on the bed and I was touching her feet, massaging her. She all voluptuous. And her father is a musician, right? From a group.
Yeah, your father's a famous musician. Muddy Waters, right?
If you look it up, yeah, she's from a musical family. So then the nice legs, massage the legs, open the legs, then boom.
Which is random. That had nothing to do with rubbing her feet. And okay. What is he just random like her father was in the
touching her feet, massaging her. She all voluptuous. And her father is a
How do you start thinking about the girl's father while you rubbing and feeling on their feet? This is kind of weird. All right, but we here now. We in the weird hour. Let's go.
A musician, right? From a group.
Right.
If you look it up, yeah, she's from a musical family. So then the nice legs, massage the legs, open the legs, then boom, bang, oh, I start eating.
Yo, Queen, girl behind the mic, are y'all watching this shit?
Yeah,
I'm watching.
My man said, this nigga having flashback. Yo, is this nigga high, yo?
So the legs, open the legs, then boom, bang, oh, I start eating. Yeah.
Yeah. Start eating pussy. Yeah. I'm eating Yo. Am I the only one think this shit is hilarious or no? Okay.
This some crackhead shit.
I'm sorry. Yo, this shit is hilarious to me, yo. My man, yo, I'm sorry. I gotta say it one more time. I gotta say it one time. Yo, girl out of my start saying, look at the transition. I start rubbing her feet. She's voluptuous. You know, her daddy was a famous musician, right? So,
I told you it was cracking.
Then he go back to, all right, so I'm rubbing her feet. I'm rubbing the legs. Me and the pussy. Look, this nigga, oh my God, this is hilarious. Keith Murray, he's telling, bro, this is the most beautifulest thing in this world.
So then the legs,
God,
the legs,
most
like
beautifulest thing.
Oh, the legs, then boom, bang. I start eating.
Now they want to bleep some shit.
Yeah,
yeah.
Then I'm like, yo, Drew, the condom. And
oh, Drew right there? Hold up. He did all this in front of Drew? He just started eating the girl out in front of his homeboy right there. Man, that's some house. Man, that's some like, we too young to get our own room type shit. But all right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, Drew, the condom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, y'all wildin'. Nah, it's my girl. You don't know how to counsel with her.
Oh yeah, cause they probably in there laughing their asses off too, and he telling us we wildin'. No, nigga, you ain't even sitting down doing the interview no more. You are up here performing. You are you reliving this shit.
Friends like, y'all wildin'. Nah, it's my girl. You don't know how to counsel with her. Like, but before, mind you, then I was in this Benz CL 600. And she was in the car with me. I had the Benz. Brett Bedell, God bless the dead. I bought the Benz. I bought it $160,000. And she was in the Benz. I had a nice shirt. And she's very volatile. That's why I can tell a story, because she ain't gonna mind. She knows it's true. So
she still might mind, bro. She might not want people. Come on, bro. She might not want this story out there like that. Like this right now.
I had the shirt on, the polo shirt and everything. She's ripping the shirt, pulling the shirt. I'm like, yo, I'm out. What are you doing? Get off of me. I'm driving. Like, no, stop. Get off of me. Stop. No, stop. What are you doing? I'm driving. So, I had to.
Yeah, I can't believe this nigga telling these
relationship
stories.
with her, but yeah, got the leg.
Now he back standing. Yo, how many people out there know people like this in real life? They can do a podcast because they so active when they tell a story, they can't sit still. How many of y'all know somebody like this? Oh my God, the homie cannot sit still telling this story. I believe him. I believe this guy 100%. He's too vivid.
I'm driving.
But the thing is, he got to tell every story like this going forward. If he don't tell a story like this, I don't believe it.
So, I had this relationship with her, but yeah.
Now he back to eating the pussy. Watch this.
Got the legs.
He look like a monster, or like he's a Tyrannosaurus
relationship with her, but yeah.
Look at this. Look how he walking like a little creep.
Eating the boom, boom, boom. I don't know if she climaxed or not, but I eat better than any butch.
Yo, he said, I don't know if she climaxed or not, but I eat pussy better than. Oh my God. Shout out to Keith Murray. He's so confident. Oh my God. I don't know what he's doing in the studio, but he's definitely confident and creative as hell in these interviews. Yeah, it looked like a T-Rex eating the pussy, man. There you go. You saw it, HLD. You see my man walking over, doing the Tyrannosaurus Rex walk. Look at this shit. Hold up. Look at this. And look how he just go from this story to back to, back.
So, I had this relationship with her, but yeah. Got the legs. Eating the boom, boom, boom.
Let's go.
I don't know if she climaxed or not, but
how you not know?
I eat better than any butch. I just want to say one thing. You can't say gay.
Oh man, now he on this. This nigga's high.
Lesbian. I apologize if I disrespect any homosexual people.
Too late. You offended me. You offended the heterosexual people out here right now with that Tyrannosaurus vagina walk.
You know what I'm saying? I learned that now. I will never say that again. But to each his own.
Okay.
But yeah, that's that.
This nigga said, Now back to that.
And she never get a to me. I never.
Oh, she ain't even let you fuck her. Shout out to Shannon. She a real bitch. Real hot girl shit. She ain't give you no ass.
I could have had like 2 or 3, 4 kids by now too. You know what I'm saying?
She was smart. She was smart.
Right.
All right. I don't know what's up with this outfit neither. This shit is super unique right here. It's like I'm on my way to the job interview mixed with one of those hats that R. Kelly got from one of those Happy Meals. All right, we back with the panel. Got a power panel here. Queen, Miss Sunkiss, girl behind the mic. Okay, y'all react to that video. What y'all think of that Keith Murray video? Anybody?
Track is whack.
Facts.
Yes.
I promise this reminds me of going to like one of those old country towns in North Carolina or even down in South Carolina where you go and you speak to your family and the crackhead cousin come in and you already know like you ready to go, but you know it's going to be entertaining and stressing at the same time. That's exactly what it feels like.
That's how I feel doing this live show. I ain't gonna hold you. I be feel like that sometimes. Be ready to go upstairs and be just like this. Hey, baby. I know it's 4 a.m., but hey, want your father a musician or some shit? Yeah. But yeah, back to that. So I'm eating the pussy. Get my Tyrannosaurus Rex walk on. Let's go. Son, this has got to be one of the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. Girl behind the mic, how you feel about him up here talking about how he eating the pussy on this famous rapper, the other rapper was sucking him off. How you feel about men in their 50s talking about all the girls they was fucking in their 20s?
Right. I mean, it's like so high school.
And
you know,
the CL Benz. I was pushing the Benz back then, you know what I'm saying?
he is stuck back in the day, and it's just so high school. It's not becoming. He's too old and grown for this now. Now, if he was penning a memoir or something like that and trying to promote it without dropping names, he would make a lot of money. But it's weird. It's just giving weird vibes. It's like somebody's died, an uncle, you know. Don't nobody want to hear that.
He ain't even smashed. Like, why he telling these stories?
Right. No penetration. Like, what? Yep.
He got a child. He has a child named Darlie Murray.
Does it say how old she is? Because I know she's embarrassed right now.
I'm about to say the same thing. I know she embarrassed.
Oh, she's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. Let me put it on the screen. Bear with me. Copy. Paste.
Like, this is the ultimate clout chasing. Forget what the little kids are doing.
Pretty young lady right here. Oh, y'all can't see. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful girl. I know she's embarrassed.
She got her daddy's nose. I could tell. As soon as I saw her, I was like, oh, yeah, that's Keith Murray's daughter. She got his nose and some of his features. But, yeah, that's his baby.
Oh, yeah. She don't want to hear all that from her dad.
Okay. Aw. Cute kid. Okay, and this is the lady. Look like this the lady he had the baby with right here. All right, Darlie Murray. All right, salute. All right, yeah. Yo, Keith Murray is hilarious, man. Somebody said put a case on Mark for putting her on the screen. Putting who on the screen? The daughter? Yeah, we had to put it up there. Hey, look, anybody ever had that happen? Y'all thought y'all was gonna do it and you ended up just eating some box? Sir, Senior, you first.
Oh, never that. Never catch me with that one. I know that trick. Nah, never that.
You say you go first.
You go first.
Ladies
You don't
first.
even gotta go. Hey, look, you don't even got to go that long. Just you started off though.
Yep.
I know you committed. I know you committed. It's a down payment. You gotta put some head on the down payment. Now I know you in it to win it now. Any of y'all ladies, y'all ever thought it was going down and it was like, no, it was just on going one way? You went to sleep afterwards. You had to play with the toys. You had to go in that top drawer. Y'all know about that top drawer, that nightstand.
Nah.
Got to pull out the Power Driver 3000.
Power Driver 3000. No, not yet.
Okay. Never in life.
Never in life.
You're lying. You lying.
No, I would tell the truth. Why wouldn't I? Never in life. Fell asleep after. Maybe. You know, fall asleep quick after, but never in life.
Okay.
Jogging my memory right now as we speak.
Miss Queen, you ever had a one-way session? That's what we'll call it, a one-way session.
Yeah.
Real nigga. There you go. Real rap, no cap. Thank you, Miss Queen.
Oh, no worries.
I've had one-way sessions going my way. I've had one-way sessions going her way. That's called a good relationship.
Yep.
All right, but Keith Murray right here, he made it seem like talking about like every time he was with Foxy, that's all they was doing. Was eating and sucking.
That's what he made it seem like. That's what he made it seem like.
Yeah. And then the same thing with Shannon, where he said he was just eating her. She ain't talk about her giving head. But then he got this other one where he talking about he tell a story about Superhead giving him head, and he was like, she was better than Foxy. I was like, this nigga right here this nigga got the craziest stories. All right.
I know we say we should never respond to the chat, but no, because we mentioned it up here and Apple Typo is saying that no, everyone has had a one-way session. And if they say no, it's a lie. That's a lie. Why can't we normalize other people's experiences? I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's possible.
I just don't.
I've had it where like, you know, you're about to do it. You both drunk as all get out. You fall asleep. That's normal, right? Yeah. But nothing happened.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, you can't call people liars because they never had one-way sessions.
Please your guy, and without anything, you never just wanted to do the pleasing.
No, I see. Listen,
no.
That's why I'm like, if we get to that point, like when we start over
more people,
right? We get appetizers. We going all the way. You got my clothes off. They're off all the way. It's like we're not just. I don't know. See, then that's me now. But I'm not saying all people should be like me, because I'm pretty sure there are other people like me. I'm not just satisfied with freaking oral sex. Like, even if he does it right, I've had somebody in my life be there for 40 minutes or so, but the real thing gotta come.
Right. If he's there 40 minutes, he ain't doing it right.
Oh no, the legs was shaking and everything like that. But at some point in time, the real thing gotta come. And I'm just not ending at a blowjob. Like, that's just not. Everybody's different. If I'm not just ending there.
You never dated a guy who just wanted a blowjob, nothing else tonight, or like, let's say you're on your cycle, so you can't fuck right now, but he horny, so you'll just do that for him.
No, I'll probably do a hand job. But no, I'm not. Yes, ma'am. I'm not just gonna give you a blowjob because you
need more people.
Do a hand job real quick.
Hell no.
I do a hand job with some lotion real quick.
Start saying we got hands. We don't.
I'll give you.
I say you gonna make the man mess with Lotiana.
I'll give you.
You gonna send him back to Lotiana? That's middle school right there.
We don't even use lotion no more. We use lube now. I'm an adult.
Okay, whatever. Lube, lotion, boobs. That's it. But no, you're not gonna get all this just mouth, and then I'm just sitting up there like, what?
You sitting there? We going to Red Lobster after that?
No.
Yeah. You're right. We're going to get them Cheddar Bay biscuits for my boo. Olive Garden. We're going to get that fondue cheese dip you like, the salad.
No. You gonna get partial. You gonna get a hand job. You gonna get the boobs, and then we're gonna wait a week after or so, and then do.
I gotta wait a week. Oh, get out of here, Your Honor.
Listen, a blowjob with no sex after that takes a lot of time. It's too much time.
No, don't take that much.
It do. Ain't nobody got no time.
The hand job take forever if you ain't using your mouth. That's what's gonna take forever.
I prefer my hand. I could do that.
And the
switch them out. And the titties. That's what you get.
Not even a every now and then. You ain't gotta go like you ain't gotta go your normal. You ain't gotta
massage the balls. You get a ball massage.
Oh my
God. With a package deal.
You're gonna be tickling. You're gonna be sitting there tickling all night. Have a nigga squirming in the seat.
You better make do. You better make do.
She said, you better make do. She said, tell your mama to suck your dick, nigga. I ain't sucking your dick. Get your mama to suck your dick. I thought you was more funny than bad for Mr. Behind the Mic. That nigga got that 1 week. He was like, so you want to do anything special? Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just sitting there, make some beats, play the Xbox, man. I'm good, shawty. But don't you want me? Nah, I'm good. That nigga, as soon as you leave, he watching all his favorite videos. He getting it done his damn self. Somebody
hey, go for it. Be my guest.
She'll end up having like 40 flashlights coming from Amazon.
40 flashlights.
Talk to us about it, Sir. Saying, tell us more about the flashlight. What is that?
Oh, you never walked in somebody's house and you're looking for a flashlight and you like, wait a minute.
No.
You never heard of it.
Nah, I never ordered that. What happened? What happened to you? The flashlight was too soft. It was very rubbery feeling or something.
I was like, what is this? Man, that's why you can't just go in your family house and just look for stuff. Tell them to get it for you.
Right. I know that's right.
I'm like, oh, get the one up there in the closet.
Right.
That won't no real flashlight.
So let me say this, girl behind the mic. Let me ask you this: when it comes to like kissing and telling, like when should you not mention a relationship or like your past, or is your past and you are all right to tell your story whenever, however you want to tell it, because it is your story?
It's a very good question, and I think because you don't want to deny people of their experiences, right?
Right.
In this case with this guy, it gives off cringe vibes, and I would be more less reluctant to read it. Like if he was writing a book, a tello like Superhead, if he was writing a book and his hook line was like, I gave head to a famous rapper back in the day, then I want to know who it is, but you probably not mention it in the book. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's the name dropping that's cringe. It's okay to share your experiences, but do you really have to name drop? I mean, is it necessary? They're ripping me apart in the comments.
Yeah,
I already know.
I led the witness. And
they're ripping me to shreds.
Hey, look, I lead this band of misfits over here called the neighborhood, right? This band of misfits. And yeah, they write on schedule me. Hey, you want a hand job?
They're having a conniption up in here in this chat. I hear y'all.
Hey, look, girl behind the mic said hand job. Half the chat was like this.
Oh shit! Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else. I know.
Hey, look, and HLD, he had the biggest crush on you. Said that shit. HLD sitting behind the computer now like this.
I already know.
Big lips for nothing. Kissing me all day. You're kissing me. You know what you're supposed to be doing? I got you next week when we can do everything, baby. Nah, I ain't gonna want it next week. The napkin about to get what I have for you.
The guys are mad. I get it.
Sit here and watch my favorite movie, do everything I want her to do. I'm gonna open up, hey, look, have it on the big screen with the headphones on with the door locked. The nigga be in the studio with the door locked.
Man.
Oh my God, these are jokes. These are jokes, man. The niggas in there talking about facts. All right. Okay, somebody said, he said all those lips for a hand job. Right.
My hands are soft. Big diff? No.
Girl behind the mic said my hands are soft.
I want to hear that.
They eat me up.
Oh my God. So you are not, your love language is not giving. You're not the giver. You are a receiver.
I think I'm a giver, but I mean, since we're talking about it, I've never just listened there.
Silence.
Nah, you clearly not the giver, sister.
I mean, acts of love is my thing. I'm about to get persecuted some more, but you listen, I do the best that I can. I just never been into blowjobs. And when I give it, it just has to be reciprocal at that moment. I'm just saying, yes.
Big lips 69 every time.
Yeah.
She said,
I could do my best work then. You know what I mean?
God. Oh my God. Every time.
And not even like 69, but just knowing that, we arousing in the moment and we're going somewhere else.
We both doing this shit tonight.
Right. So I could put in the work real good. You know what I mean? To get a reward. You see what I'm saying? I'm not, I'm like, I wish I could just be out in a park somewhere and just whoop it out and be like, just head bouncing back and forth. It's not been my thing. It's not. But when the moment comes, I make it right. You know what I mean? That's why you get a hand job.
Nah, I got a hand job for you right here. You know what my hand job is? Go ahead, Miss Queen. Go ahead.
Oh.
Miss Queen, what's your love language?
Oh, Lord, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I think it's physical touch.
Okay. Nice. I think mine is acts of kindness or something like that, or good deeds.
Yeah, that's what my husband's is. Acts of service.
Yeah. Which would be if you can't perform your duties this week, you know what I'm saying? Let the dog out. You know what I'm saying?
That's hilarious.
Shit, let the dog out, man. Damn. HOD asked for the link. I'll drop the link for HOD. HOD gonna come up here on some crazy shit, man. Watch this. He said, Link, you talking about sex with the ladies? I want to join the panel. I'm right on time. Pull up, homie. Nah, I'm just saying, everybody got their own love language, though. Everybody got their own type of love language. And remember, you said yours was, what was your love language, you said?
I think it's like, what is that, extra service or something like that? Like, I'd like to, cook, do the things that feel right for a person. Well, maybe feel right for me. And, I'll do all of that. Cooking, catering, all of that. Like, I like to give. I guess. I don't know what that is. Extra something. Not give that part, but I'm just give, I don't know. I don't know what my love language technically is, but I'm more of a person, like, I would prefer to cook, cater, clean, make sure you're good, but with my hands as well when it needs to be. That part.
But no one-way sessions. No, I don't care if it's your birthday, Father's Day, Halloween, New Year's, Christmas, whatever. No one-way sessions.
Yet.
Yeah, you're gonna grow. You're gonna grow together as a couple. I'm praying for y'all. Go ahead, HF. I'm praying for him. I'm praying for him. I hope God grants him all his heart's desires, because I know his heart desires it one day. You go in there while he playing the video game or making the beat, he's like, sit back real quick. Oh man, that nigga gonna be like, what you mean? What's going on? First, he gonna probably be like, nah, I'm good, man. I don't need no hand job. I'm good. But then when you're like, nah, I got something else for you. Oh man. You're gonna be right there at Olive Garden getting your salad.
Olive Garden, Red Lobster.
Yeah, getting your cheddar baked biscuits. What's up, HOD?
What's going on, man? What's the topic of the day? I mean, I'm gonna come to the defense a little bit with girl behind the mic, because every woman has her own love languages. It's jobs, it's a man's job to figure it out. So if all she's feeling is just to give it through the hand job, well, man, my man ain't doing something right.
To be fair, her love language isn't what we're talking about. That's his love language, what he likes. Because right now she can't give him no ass. It's like she might be on her cycle, son. So why she can't?
That don't mean shit.
Oh, you gonna lay the towel down, HLD?
I don't give a fuck, bro.
Oh, that nigga want to have a crime scene in the bedroom. Damn,
man. So the fuck what?
Jeffrey Dahmer came in the room.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, she just said it. I mean, I'm speaking a little bit, on behalf of Gobi. But yeah, she just, you're not got to be reciprocal. If you ain't trying to, turn your woman on and shit. I mean, hey, if that's the way it is, that's just the way it is. Then you gotta make sure you reciprocate and play with it. And they just stand there like a stiff. And no, man, she wants to be caressed. She wants to be touched. She wants to be fingered. She wants to be sucked on. Something. And so that's what it is. I mean, I don't see, nothing totally wrong with you exploring, what she needs, so that, you get yours and she gets hers.
It ain't about her right now. Sometimes it ain't about you, HOD. Sometimes it ain't about her, you memory. Sometimes it's about the partner.
Yeah, but I mean, as a man, it's my job to please my woman. So I don't, you know what I mean? And that's just me. I got to make sure she's getting hers. I could get mine right after.
She getting Red Lobster afterwards. That's what she gets. She get the cheddar baked biscuits.
No, my man, that's just me. I think I aim to please, and I'm gonna get mine right after that. That's all good.
Okay. So you'll eat the bloody box. It don't even matter.
You got to know how to play, man.
All right. Okay. That nigga say I do it in the shower, so it don't count. You got to do it in the tub. The tub stop the blood from flowing.
No, man, in the tub it all gets red, bro.
Part the Red Sea and walk on the water. That's what you about.
But that one man that you had up, I don't know who the fuck he was, bro, but that was some lame ass shit, bro. That was sad. The guy, just describing all that like that. He didn't have to name drop. It's just some fucking ghetto ass shit that he did there, man. Simple as that. That was pathetic. A bitch of a man.
Yeah, his name is Keith Murray, rapper Keith Murray. Most beautifulest thing in the world was one of his hits back in the day, and did a song with LL Cool J, Who Shot Ya, you know what I'm saying? He had a couple joints. He had a buzz for a bit.
But this was like over 30 years ago. Like, who the hell remembers like specifics like that, bro? He's just making some of this shit up.
Yeah, shit crazy, bro. Shit crazy. I think it was at least 20, like 25, 30 years. Yeah,
come on, man. Who remembers the specific details, man? Unless he never gets any pussy, and that's all he remembers. You know what I mean? That he's making this shit up, because who the fuck remembers stuff like that in specific details so long ago?
That's
Maybe
what I
he's got a good
was
memory.
saying. He an incel.
Maybe he's got a good memory.
Yeah, I can remember.
Not if you're on crack.
No, well, I don't know.
Allegedly.
I don't know if he's on crack, but I'm gonna let you know. I can describe some of my encounters in probably better detail than that. So, it is what it is. But I don't think I would put it out there like especially, it's a famous person. I'm a famous person. It was years ago. I moved on. She moved on. You write a book. It is what it is. And, but, well, if it's But yeah, this shit just came out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, because I mean, this person's got a family and shit now too. I could imagine.
Right. It's just weird hearing it from a guy, right?
I think from
It's
anybody,
weird, period.
it's weird from anybody because if it's another dude and he's got a wife and kids and shit, you got to be respectful, man. It's not about being a man or a woman, but I mean, in my case, I'm a man. I'm gonna call him a bitch of a man for doing that.
I think I can tell these stories. I think you can tell stories, and you can. I don't know, man. It's a way to do it with having more tact and having more respect. Let me. Anybody got anything else on this before I go to my next topic? Moving right along. I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Just a request. I mean, what you said was
what was the weird jitter hand things, and he was creeping like he looked like he was on.
That was the T-Rex move, man. That was we called it the Jurassic Park T-Rex move. But we all the time on this panel, we talk, we share some stories, but we don't go by specific saying anybody's specific person of a past, putting it all out there that I remember.
Nah, for sure. Let me get into this this next one. Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless go into it. I'm gonna play this video, but basically, as some of you guys know, was a football player by the name of Damar Hamlin. Had a very bad accident on the field. They had to perform cardiac arrest on this player, fighting for his life. They pretty much just pushed this game away and said, "Hey, yo, we'll come back to it." He tweeted out some things and he got some backlash for it. Let me go to Twitter, and we'll go to Twitter first. So let me share the Twitter screen, and I'll read along to these tweets. And then I'll play the video of what transpired between him and Shannon Sharp on the show today. So this happened on Monday Night Football, right? Now, Skip Bayless tweeted out, blah, blah, blah. Let me scroll down. Here we go. It starts right here. He said, "Not exactly sure what happened to Damar Hamlin. Players on both teams are shaken. Ambulance on the field, CPR administered. Can't remember play being stopped for this length of time. Just said a prayer for him and his family." All right. Then he tweeted this, and I think this might have been the tweet that got him in trouble, but y'all tell me, do y'all think this is too bad? Are people making much to do about nothing, or is this totally wrong? He said, "I've seen so many horrific injuries suffered on football fields, yet never have I seen a reaction like this. In every other situation I've witnessed or covered, the game always went on fairly quickly. The attitude was, hey, that's football. For these players, this was different." All right. Now, after he got a lot of backlash, he replied with, "No doubt the NFL," oh yeah, this is another one that got him in trouble. "No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of this game. But how? This late in the season? A game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems irrelevant." People didn't like that. So he replied with this. He said, "Nothing is more important than that young man's health. That was the point of my last tweet. I'm sorry if that was misunderstood, but his health is all that matters. Again, everything else is irrelevant. I pray for him and will continue to." All right, so the next day, Undisputed goes on. Shannon Sharp doesn't show up to work. So, Twitter is going crazy. Instagram is going crazy. Like, damn, this guy didn't show up to work. He mad as hell. He's protesting. He doesn't want to be there. Did he quit? So he showed up the next day to work, and they had a back and forth. Let's see, is that up here? Oh, he don't got that tweet up here. He don't have that tweet up here, but I got it. So let's go to Shannon Sharp. Let's go to Shannon Sharp. So far, but let me ask y'all this. Do y'all see any problem with his tweet? Ladies first, girl behind the mic and Miss Queen returns. Do you think anything wrong with his tweet so far?
I try not to read texts and, bring it. I try not to. But that second one he did about, it was a little bit disingenuous. It sounded insensitive. The way it came off, that every time this has happened and we seem not to make, I'm like, why do you have to mention all that? Like, we're in this moment right now. This is what we're talking about. So it rubbed me the wrong way, I should say.
Okay, Miss Queen returns. Talk to me. Did Skip Bayless? What did you think of the tweets? Was it too much? Was it much to do about nothing? What did you think of it?
I thought it was just matter of fact observation. He reports the sports news, and that's what was going on. And I think he raised valid points.
Okay, good points. Okay, nothing. You didn't think nothing was wrong with it, right?
No, but I can understand why people would get upset if they're gonna be emotional about it. I mean, it is another human being in their life and stuff like that, but he's reporting about the NFL and how you gonna stop a game for real while you got all this other stuff going on. Like, the game got to go on. Like, the show must go on. So, you know.
Okay, you took that route. Go ahead, HOD.
I kind of agree with what she just said. What I did find really disingenuous was like that third tweet bullshit ass apology thing that he tried to, I don't know what he was trying to do, trying to clean it up or whatever. I mean, it is a matter of fact of what he's explaining. How the NFL is gonna, discontinue the game, but it all depends on what generation you come from. I mean, we've seen people have to be resuscitated before with broken necks and shit, and the game went on, but it's a different time and it's a different, just a different mustard of men nowadays, and they respond to this differently than they did back then. And so, they're more acute to the sensitive side of life, and it's not all about football. But still, what he was reporting was on the fact of what it is. What are they? I mean, they still don't know what they're gonna do. Are they gonna replay this game? It's still being talked about. So it's not. I don't think it was insensitive, or it was just like, what are they gonna do? Because this really has not happened like that before, especially to a magnitude of a game like this where it means something. But I think then that third tweet was kind of like, he didn't need to do that. That sounded then like fake and shit, and I didn't think he needed to even do that. I think that made it worse for the observation, for those who probably don't understand where he's coming from, or and the generation. Because like I said, I remember back in the day, it was one dude broke his neck, and the game went on, and we've seen many other horrific shit go on the field, and and it has gone on. So. But it was not the league who canceled this game. Let's make this clear. The players on both sides of the team said, we're not playing, and that's why the game got suspended. So that's all I got on that.
Okay, Search for you. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna play the clip, and then we're gonna go back, and I'm gonna get you guys to give me some commentary off the reaction. Triborough, what up? Shout out to Nonito Donaire in the building, Rachel Donaire in the building. See my boy Cooking with the Champ, Juan, everybody out there. Thanks for supporting the show in a major way. Shout out to Tyson Garcia. Peace to you. George the Greek all the way in Australia rocking with us heavy. Salute. Go ahead. Cersei, give me your take on the tweets.
Yeah, I think it was real disrespectful.
Really?
How he said that you can be very matter of fact without being disrespectful to the fact that the man is in critical condition and may not live.
But you don't know that in real time, though. We don't know that. He doesn't know that when it's happening. You just see a guy on the field laid out, Usually they put these guys on a stretcher and cart them off.
Yeah, with them doing life-saving procedures on him on the field. And then after that, which he says on the show, he says he stand by everything he said. So it's the same energy.
You're going too far. I want you to judge the tweets. So you going in totality of the whole thing. You going with the show and you going with the tweets. I ain't played the clip yet. Some people don't know what you're talking about yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say that he had the wrong energy. You can be matter of fact without being disrespectful. It's something I've learned, that just because it's the truth doesn't mean you have to beat somebody with the truth.
Okay,
if that makes any sense.
Yes, sir. All right, let me play this clip. This is what happened when he showed back up to work on Tuesday. Well, no, so the game happened Monday. Shannon didn't show up to work on Tuesday. Wednesday, this happened today.
Morning. There's been
y'all can hear the audio, right?
A lot of speculation of why I wasn't on air yesterday, and I won't get into speculation or conjecture, innuendo, but I will say this. In watching that game on Monday night, what happened to Damar Hamlin struck me a little different. As a brotherhood in the NFL, when injuries happen, when we know injuries are a part of the game, I've seen guys suffer ACLs and Achilles tear, but I've never seen anybody have to be revived and fight for their life on the field. So it struck me a little differently because I remember seeing my brother paralyzed on the field temporarily, and he was able to regain focus. Skip tweeted something, and although I disagree with the tweet, and hopefully Skip would take it down, but I didn't want it.
Well, come out. I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Go ahead. Let's go, Jen.
Okay.
I mean, I cannot even get through a monologue without you interrupting me.
Well,
you could have came back, Skip.
Well, I thought
Skip, just let.
I didn't know you were going to bring up.
No, I was just going to say, Skip. I didn't want to yesterday to get into a situation where Damar Hamlin was the issue. We should have been talking about him and not get into your tweet. That's what I was going to do. But you can't even let me finish my opening monologue without you interrupting.
Okay. I was under the impression you weren't going to bring this up because nobody here had a problem with that tweet.
No. Clearly, the bosses wanted you to offer explanations. So clearly, somebody.
No, they did not have. Nobody.
Let's go, Jen.
He said, "Let's go, Jen." All right. Let's go back full circle. Girl behind the mic. What do you think about how that exchange went on the show today?
It's very interesting. I mean, from a speculation point, it just seemed like they probably like once again, it's just speculation. I feel only sometimes it's experience. I feel like I've been in a moment where stuff starts to brew. Perhaps you see the microaggressions, and this time you just had it. That's the way he's given off when he came to say his statement and just be mad. He wanted to be matter of fact and move forward, but I guess there's something there it just didn't stem from this incident, is what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead, Miss Quinn. What you think of that exchange live on there?
I don't know. I don't know why Skip got so not Skip. Shannon got so upset because he said he wasn't gonna take his tweet down. That he didn't even want to finish saying what he wanted to say. But I mean, people are emotional about the man almost dying on their field. So I guess I kind of get it. I hope they can get past it.
HOD.
It feels like both these mofos are taking this moment and showboating themselves out here, and it's not being genuine to what the fact is. If you feel sorry for this young man, that's what it should be all about. Who gives a fuck about the tweet? Who gives a fuck about anything else? It's about the young man, right? But I think both these guys know how to play the media and both know how to be a heel to each other to get the eyeballs on them. And there may be something to what girl behind the mic said about there be some microaggressions from other shit, because we saw that other one that they had about a week ago or two, whatever, when he was trying to degrade Shannon about he's not as good as Tom Brady and bullshit like that, whatever the fuck. So I think there is something to that, to what girl behind the mic said, but this is media, man. Fuck both these guys, bro. They're not the gods of the empathy of what we need to show out here to this young man. So I really don't give a fuck about either one of them. Whatever you want to do or think or whatever. Fuck both of them.
Yeah, I'll say this. Shannon Sharp, though, he did. I think for him is more. I think he's sincere because he is a player. He has seen those kind of injuries. Also, his brother, as he said in the story, I remember seeing my brother paralyzed on the field after he got injured and things like that. And so I think for him, it just hits home a little more. And he said, in essence, what you say, we said we shouldn't be talking. I didn't want to show up the next day because I didn't want to talk about your tweets. The focus should be on him. And even at the end right there, they cut this a little short. She was like, I hope he gets better. He said, and that's what we should be saying the whole time. Not about pushing no games back and not about your tweets. So that part did get said. Go ahead, Sir Sam.
Yeah, I would definitely say that, like I was saying before, that he just shows that he's a butthole. He don't care nothing about anybody, and he likes being disrespectful. Like, he's really rude, and disrespectful, and he likes trying to sun Shannon anytime he gets a chance, and he's just a butthole. And I'm not going to go as far as I would normally go, but I would just say that he's not a good person. He makes that blatant, and you don't always get to choose who you work with.
Okay.
What everybody understand, this yin and yang that these two clowns got up on their show all the time, that's what makes the show. That's why they got that fake Skip Bayless now with Stephen A. Smith on his shit. You know what I mean? You seen that other dude they got over there trying to, he's the same shit. It's just they look for the yin and yang, and yo, man, don't it's all fake bullshit, man. They just playing to the media, to us, and those who bite it, and those who know better, who ain't the sheep, ain't gonna bite. That's what they do, man. It's a yin and yang. Yeah, you can't everybody agree with each other because it won't be a show.
Yeah. I'm trying to find this clip real quick, but let me see. Did my wife text it to me? She might have texted it to my phone. I need to tell her. I need to email it. Okay, boom. Bear with me. I'm gonna send this to my to my IG so I can play it on the screen for y'all, because she sent it to my phone. But this guy right here, he talks about, can I send this to myself? Okay, I'm gonna just send it to, I can't send it to myself. I'm gonna just send it to HLD so I can pull it up real quick. See right here at the top. All right, boom. I'll play this clip right here. Now, this is kind of not on, it's not really about them in this situation, because I agree with you. Some of the people in the chat saying, hey, the writing is on the wall. This relationship has been going down. These guys been arguing more and more. And it's like, these don't seem like, they don't seem orchestrated to me. I disagree with the people say, oh, it was all fake. It's just for ratings. Some of that shit is real. And it is microaggressions going on. Anybody who ever did a show and had a lot, and you deal with the same people a lot, yeah, sometimes that shit can get a little, you can get too familiar with people, and yeah, you got to take a break. But let me play this. Let's play this clip right here, and I want to know what you guys think of what this guy says right here. Is it gonna play? The audio. Let me see. Boom. Can't hear the audio. 1 second.
Hot right now.
Can y'all hear this?
I'm kind of hot.
Yes.
All right, I got to stay on that screen. Boom.
Because we do this every freaking time something happened on this field. Everybody want to pivot and.
Hold up. Can y'all see it? Or was y'all seeing the graphic? No.
No. All we can do is hear it, Mark.
Like I done heard people talking about, oh.
I got you. Let's do it like this. Boom, boom, boom. Bear with me. Let me share the screen this way. Yeah, it's a Facebook link. I normally don't have these, but here we go. This will work.
I'm kind of hot right now, too. I'm kind of hot. Because we do this every freaking time something happened on this field. Everybody want to pivot and act like I done heard people talking about, just the mental health of the players. And yeah, you could die. They don't even know they could die out here. We sit here and talk about this stuff every single time. Schedule remakes. How we going to make it up? What the league feels about it? I don't give a damn what the league feels about it. Let's keep it real. Why we don't talk about the stuff that mattered? This young man, you want to know how what this you need to know about him? He's 24 years old, right? He got a contract for $160,000. That's his bonus, and he earns $825,000 this year. You say, G. Bush, why are you talking about this man's money? Because guess what? He's been in the league 2 years. That means he's not vested. That means if he never plays another down in his life, he don't get another check for the NFL. Let's be clear about this. You got to play 3 to 4 years before you even sniff a pension. So all this heartwarming and prayers and condolences don't do nothing for that boy's mom that got to go home, look at her son, and he might need extensive care for the rest of his life. And you know what the NFL will tell you? Well, we'll look out for the people like him. No, you won't. No, you won't. Let's talk about the disability policy for the NFL, right? They moved it from $22,000 a month to $4,000 in the last collective bargaining agreement.
That's a big drop.
Did you know that the NFL has a private board that reviews all aspects with their doctors and with their neurologists and their specialists? They can deny benefits even if Social Security deems you to be permanently disabled. The league can come back and then say, the government is they're experts, but let's take it over so we don't pay anything out. Only 15% get approved by Social Security. The league says that number should be lower. Get that. 15% of the people who apply for disability in this country, I know I was a disability expert. It's very low. I submitted over almost 250,000 applications in 1 year, one time. I know. Since the CTE settlement, only 6.5% of the settlement has been paid, according to the admin's website. I looked it up yesterday. And 60% of the claims have a qualifying diagnosis but have not been paid. Let's talk about this. Let's
pause that. He said the CTE settlement, only 6% of that has been paid, and 60% of people qualify for it haven't got their money yet.
About this. They're also moving the pension. And that pension, he got to make it to 55. He's 24. And they've moved that between 3,000. They moved it down to 3,000 when it was 5,600 a month. And the last stat that you should know about is the Bills owner Terry Pagula owns the Sabres as well as the Buffalo Bills, and his net worth is $6.7 billion. My question to you is, NFL, when do salaries become guaranteed? If you know these young men are going out there and they could die on that football field, I don't give a damn what your thoughts and prayers are. Do the right thing. I just heard Aditi say it 7 times. This is a savage sport. Men are dying every week, and you covered that up during CTE, and now you want to act like you the top of the food chain because you got the CPR people on the field on time? That's the least you should do. You're not gonna pay that man's. You're not gonna pay that man's tuition for his kids. You're not gonna give him no disability money. You don't do nothing. All you do is collect them big checks, and we go play fantasy footballs, and I hear these dudes' thoughts and prayers for a whole damn 2 hours. Y'all don't care about them kids. These young black kids is putting on the line. And you telling them what they put on the line ain't worth it because you know why? Because you don't want to pay for somebody that's broken and battered and can't take care of themselves because it costs you money. So it is all about money. And I heard nobody talking about no contracts. And he's sitting up here cashing these checks. We worship these owners. They do anything they want to. Anything. And as long as the product is good, we salute it. I'm pissed off today because ain't nobody talking about the real stuff. There's people out there, players are saying they just want to wait for us to die. I like the NFL just like the rest of y'all, but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit up there and pat Roger Goodell on the back for running this organization the way he does. They run it like a criminal organization. Sick of it. I'm tired of that, man. I just had to get that off my chest because all this stuff, you ain't talked about what this boy going to go through. This kid could be damaged the rest of his life. And we talk about making up games. Care about making up no damn football games.
Bernie Kosar is the one that said that. You mentioned the player that said they're waiting for us to die. I thought about that conversation we had with Bernie on this very set about the league not properly taking care of these gladiators that have churned out billions of dollars for these owners.
Yeah.
And
part of that
Bernie
is
said,
honestly, part of it is a failure of the leadership of the players' union.
That historically has been a
problem. Do the right thing.
Yep.
It don't take you or you to twist my arm to do something I should be doing for my players regardless. Everything ain't a negotiation. You getting billions. You can die today. That's a sliver of these people just want basic health care. We talk about $4,000 a month, boo. They don't need no players association to do the right thing by their players. It's called do the right thing, period. You got it.
You're right.
Woo! Drop a bomb for that brother right there. Now look, Now my wife sent this to me, right? And she was like, "Oh my God, baby, you got to watch this." And I said, "Oh, it sounds like he talking about boxing too." He sound like he talking about boxing. With that said, man, we got an expert in the building behind the ring with Nonito and Rachel Donaire. As you know, Rachel Donaire nominated for Manager of the Year, WBC accolades. She's a martial art expert, as well as Nonito Donaire is a 4th division champion, going for his 5th division soon at 118. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. We're just okay. We're so Asian that we're eating dumplings right now.
I'm glad you ain't eat them duck eggs that you showed me the other day.
No,
Bulat.
the bullet.
Yeah, leave the bulat alone.
See, Nonito doesn't like the duck egg.
I can't do it. That's my brother right there. He know what time it is. That's why you got to eat them in the dark and chase it with beer.
Yeah, right now would be the best time. 10:40 at night, Las Vegas. It's dark. Yes, it is with beer.
Man, just get an egg roll or some shit, man. Get a shrimp fried rice and some egg roll.
Well, considering the topic you all were talking about earlier, I'm sure that's what you were thinking. No, we should do egg roll.
Yeah, that was we do a little adult conversation over here. We was talking about your love language and have you ever had a one-way session where you just got to perform and you don't get nothing in return for whatever reason? But talk to me. We can definitely circle back to that. But talk to me. You said you had some knowledge and you want to share some information with us. We're always open for that.
No, I mean, like you see a lot of and this I believe goes towards a lot of the professional athletes. Within boxing there is no boxers union, right? So they're all independent contractors. They're contracted to an exclusive promotional company, and they don't provide health insurance, which was such I guess people had a misperception that it came with the job. These boxers have to purchase their own health insurance, their own life insurance. There's no 401k. The only thing that the promoters do is cover you for the night of the fight. And it's a limited event insurance. And then after that, so there was a Filipino boxer that fought the night before one of the Manny Pacquiao cards, and he won the fight. But on the way back to his corner, he collapsed. He ended up going to UMC, which is a Las Vegas hospital. And the event insurance covered only so much. The rest of that went on to the state, and that boxer's not the same. We had to do pretty much, it wasn't a GoFundMe because GoFundMe wasn't available then. It wasn't created yet. But, people had to pitch in, and he's permanently has brain damage. He, can't talk as straight as he could. He'll never be a boxer again. And these are young people that we're talking about. So, the thing is what I see in the sport, and what I always harp on these younger boxers is get as much that you can up front, because when they, if anything happens, God forbid anything happens for you, these guys will not bat an eye to replace you within a damn second.
You talking about Gores? How you say his name? Gores?
Yes, D. Gores. Yes.
Yeah. I remember the story.
Yeah. Then look at David Morrell. David Morrell knocked out and put in a coma his opponent about a month and a half ago. They're just gonna shrug their shoulders and say, well, our responsibility is done. That's it. And these families who have to figure out a way to pay for all the medical bills and the care that it's going to take to get him to, try to be as much as normal as he was before that fight. But they're not putting any rehab or any hospital bills outside of what is covered by their insurance for that day. That's it. They just leave you on the side. The boxing world was like, oh, we're so sorry it happened. I think they mourned for maybe 4 days, and then they forgot about it. Because the promoters started pushing other fighters in front and just forgot about how bad that fight was, and what happened in that ring. And, with football players, it's the same thing. It's not a no contact sport.
Yeah. And the fighter she was talking about his name is, how you say, Adios Yoro Bolsonelli. was the guy who fought David Morrell Jr.
I didn't want to say it because I would have fucked it up. So you go ahead.
I probably did too. Adonis Stevenson, he got messed up in the ring. We lost Patrick Day. So yeah, I was just telling my wife though, like I said, hearing this guy describe the NFL, it sounds like some of that shit he described in boxing. I mean, granted, they do have a pension and things like that, but I was like, these fighters are out here naked. I said, they don't, man, it's ugly. It's ugly. People always call it the Wild Wild West, you know?
Exactly. And for me, like I said, I just feel, these athletes, they put their life on the lines for other people's enjoyment. And when you're of no use anymore, they just toss you to the side and forget about what you brought, what games you played. It doesn't matter that this kid only played two years. It really doesn't matter. He was part of a team, and that's the difference of the NFL versus boxing, right? Like he was part of a team. They had victories under that belt, and he helped them to that victories. And so for me, it's like you forget that these people are the ones that are creating you these millions, billions, gazillions of dollars for you to sit up in your suite and laugh. And at the end of the day, these kids are the ones that are going to be going home with either brain damage, broken bones, a collapsed lung, whatever it is, and you're going to be completely damn safe, comfortable in your suite. And let me end it with my monologue with saying, like, people that like these guys, what irked me so much was, how is a reporter, a journalist, or a newscaster who's never been in the sport, never got sacked or hit the way that these players are playing, gonna tell you how you're supposed to feel and only back the fact that you're all in it for the money? We know you're all in it for the money, but now you just shoved it into our face in a day that we are trying to, pray up and have positive vibes towards this player, and you're just like shoving it under the rug, like, okay, well, we got to keep moving because we can't afford to lose any more money.
Anybody want to reply to any of that before I ask a question? Because I got a question. How do you feel about I'm sorry, I didn't even give y'all a chance. Did anybody have a question or want to reply to that? Cool. He compared the NFL to the mob. He was like, man, they running this shit like the mob. Often we hear that same sentiment about boxing. As two people who are in the boxing business, what do you guys think about that?
Well, I mean, because I'm not in the NFL, I can't speak on that, and it'd be really in boxing for sure. I mean, like, the thing is with boxing is, like, you do as I say, which is really, like I said, strange because of the fact that we're independent contractors. And my masterclass series that'll start next Monday is breaking down the contracts, because a lot of these fighters are signing management contracts that give their manager full power of attorney to sign instrumental financial instruments, so checks that are supposed to be in the fighter's name, they can sign it, and contracts. Then you go to the promoter and they're like, okay, well, you have 4 years on a term, but there's an extension upon an extension and an extension plus a first right of refusal, blah, 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 blah. You can never get out of it. And if you deny, you rarely ever hear a boxer say anything bad about the promoter that they're under, because they'll shelf you, they'll corner you, they'll do all these things. Look at these okay, when we talk about the Tank Davis incident, right? If you go back 2 steps in like the whole social media court that I had talked about, there are incidences that allegedly promoters are putting boxers in situations when they did not go according to their orders. So, for example, the first one that I was talking about was Rolly Romero. Whatever he did, I have no idea what he did to piss these guys off, but there was 8 fake rape charges, or rape charges that got dismissed, but he got pulled out of the fight. The second one was John Real Casimiro, same thing. So they run their thing, just like the mob.
All right, go ahead. It's open. Anybody got anything they want to add to the conversation? Go ahead. It's open.
See, we all know how fucked up some of these sports are. We all know that. So I'm the type of guy who's going to bring it all from the genesis of the beginning. When do a person takes responsibility of choosing the path of what fucking sport they want to play or participate in? You know, boxing is as fucked up as it is. I don't know. I can't speak, but I know I would not have my son do boxing. I know I would not have my son play no fucking football. When we got other sports where you're going to be taken care of a lot better. And it's a lot less risky as far as your health wise goes. I mean, are you kidding me? I would not have my son touch a football when he could be playing baseball, get guaranteed contracts, make probably $2 million for sitting on the fucking bench. Why?
No,
Why?
I hear you, but at the same time, you're talking about guys that like, okay, so first of all, Nonito was, he wanted to be in martial arts. He couldn't be in martial arts because of financial reasons. Boxing was a lot cheaper. Okay, that's one. Number two, Nonito likes to play basketball. So does Manny Pacquiao. That doesn't mean that they're going to like play basketball into their college years because of the not height restrictions, but their skills and their height and their build is not made for that sport. Right. So it highly depends on what options financially are available to them and ability wise that is available to them.
How about not play sports at all? Then just do something else with life.
But that's their way out, though.
Right, I understand that, but that's what it is. I mean, we don't have a choice. Either that's what it is. We know how fucked up it is. But, I mean, we all ultimately are responsible for the choices we make. I'm not protecting the boxing because I think it's all fucked up. I think it's the worst sport of all. That the way they treat the whole game is all fucked up. The way boxers are treated. But we all know that it is like that. Yet we still do it. Right, we still hear it, right?
No, but you're talking about like kids who are like you. When do these kids get into football, boxing, and any type of sport? They get in when they're young, and it becomes a passion for them. And they're not thinking like, "Hey, when I'm 25, I want to be making $10 million." No, they're doing it because whether it's a connection with their dad or for just the love of the sport. So you're saying that, hey, I know this is your passion, but you shouldn't follow it after the age of 18 and go pro. And for a child who that's what they lived and breathed through their childhood, and they did their academics, and this was their play. There wasn't any pressure on it. It was something that was fun for them, something that gave them joy in their life. And you're saying like give it up now because this is how dirty it is. Listen, business is as dirty as fuck, but we still go into business, don't we?
Right.
Most definitely, I would say that the only way we could help is by the older people or the people who are more knowledgeable reaching back and helping the people who don't know as much and the younger people, because you gotta make money somewhere. If it's in sports, if it's in business, and some other business, you still gotta make money, but you still should reach back and help them so they don't have as hard as a way to go as we had.
Go ahead,
no, 100%. That's why I think like YouTube is such an amazing thing that you could drop knowledge and you can reach. Maybe I reach like fighters that I would have never reached before because they're across the U.S. or across the pond or a different country, whatever. And this knowledge can be spread, right? That's the reason we have our platform is to give free knowledge. So then people that want it, first of all, you have to want the knowledge. If you're choosing to be ignorant, then that's your choice. But if you're choosing to want to protect yourself, which you should, then you're looking for knowledge on the internet, anyone that can help, reaching out to people and asking like, hey, am I making the right decision? I mean, literally on the bottom of all these contracts always said, I acknowledge that I did sought legal advice before I signed this contract. These kids don't normally do that, but they sign it, right?
Right. Couldn't agree more. Hey, Memory, what's your take on that clip we played about that? The guy, he's just going in and he was like, man, this is messed up. Nobody should have to twist your arm to do the right thing by these guys. You guys are worth 6.7 billion. Like some guys are worth more than that, and these guys are earning billions for you. All they're asking for is healthcare.
My take on that is this is America. Welcome to the West. Welcome to the greed of a capitalist society.
Absolutely.
And this is what happens. And I know it's not a solution to his frustrations. But I do like what Rachel is saying. And then I like what she's saying. But one thing I've also realized, which I know is somebody's job, I ain't got no time, but which I realized we need to get these resources out there to these players. I mean, case in point, like she's saying, with when they get signed on or whatever monies they make, they need resources to know how to, okay, I'm gonna put this to, for health, or since they don't provide that kind of health and so forth, you know what I mean, to kind of pivot and figure it out, I guess, for a better way. Because what I do know for a fact is, living in a capitalist society, they're not going to do that. These it's cash cow. The same thing they do to players, athletes, professionals, is the same thing that happens in corporate America. The greed is across the board. Okay, that's why you have slaves in jobs where they could be getting paid a decent amount, but the CEO is milking $15 million a year salaries. This is the same greed that's found on the field, off the field, and it's part of this country. But we have to find a way to pivot. These people need resources to help them. If you're not going to get health insurance, what, like Rachel said, look at the contracts. Okay, if they don't offer health insurance, are those negotiable items to negotiate in? If not, how much do I have to stack on the side from what they're paying me in case? Because I've always been nervous for athletes, people in the athletic world, because it's like they, knock on wood, they could be short-lived careers. And that's why I've always been saddened that not a lot of people have had that reach, and I'm not sure how they do it. But what I've known for a fact is when they give you this, once you get to the pro level and they give you these multi-million dollar contracts, they don't care what you do. That's why most people come out and they don't have anything to show for it. They come out not knowing how to be financially literate. But it's so sad because I'm like, they throw all this money at these people's hands, but they don't give them resources because they don't care. It's the system. We're all slaves to the system. I hate to say that, but people do need resources. And I wish these are things that some of these people, even from college to pro, you start figuring out. My career could be short-lived. Heck, you could do a 2-year stint. What are you going to do after that? So it is something to consider. I don't know. I don't have the solution for that. It's but knowing that we live in a greedy country.
Go ahead. Y'all pass it around.
I mean, going back to what the last clip you played, where does the player association, the union, come into play with this shit? Because they're the ones who negotiated this collective bargaining agreement. So both sides are at fault as why this is the way it is right now. For the way he mentioned everything that's been cut and dropped and shit. So it's not a one-sided thing. This is what was negotiated. And they agreed to it and signed to that shit because again, there's some self accountability that has to go along. That then you need to take a hard stance and fuck. We're not all playing until we get the shit we need properly, and fuck it. But no, nobody wants to do that. So then so they sign off this new collective bargaining agreement, which seems to be shit. As you heard all the numbers, if they're all true, the way they cut everything. I mean, it's there's responsibility that goes along on both sides of the way that the collective bargaining agreement with the NFL is going on right now. But they signed off on that. That's not a one-sided thing.
I think money has power, and a lot of these players are coming out of college, coming out of high school, and let's be honest, a lot of the kids these days don't even know how to do their taxes. They're not financially literate, like girl behind the mic said. And that's something that needs to be implemented in schools. But they're betting, all these CEOs, all the team owners, they're betting on the fact that they're uneducated, they're illiterate, and they're not going to ask questions because, hey, dude, I'm signing your paycheck. Like, I'm giving you more than you ever had coming out of college. So why are you complaining now? And I've seen it in negotiations where people have asked, they tried, but their voice wasn't loud enough. They couldn't take a strong stance in their foundation because, yes, they didn't graduate high school. They don't know what they're talking about. I only advised them to do what they were told, that what I believe they should be negotiating for. But when you're coming into an office space where freaking 5 stories high, beautiful views and all this other stuff. And they're like, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. And in all honesty, these kids don't know what they're talking about. So you're taking advantage of the time and place and the inexperience of business, because boxing is a business. NFL is a business. This is not, it's not any other type of way. And that's why I said, like, you want them to do what? Go work for Amazon? You don't think Amazon's having the same problems? You don't think McDonald's and any of these corporate things are having problems? They're all having problems. This is because of the fact that the higher ups, the ones that are controlling the money, are overpowering the ones that they're signing.
Somebody in the chat, Connie Nigma, he said, what about setting up a financial course for boxers?
Oh, 100. I actually had called one of my friends who had set up all of our stuff, and I told him, I was like, I need to get you in front of a lot of these commissions. Sanctioning bodies. So the sanctioning bodies always have like the conventions and stuff like that, and they have different speakers. Sometimes they talk about strength and conditioning, sometimes they talk about mouthpieces. It just depends on who they book to speak. And one of the biggest things that we were talking about is our financial advisors, like, hey, if there's fighters that are making over 300,000 and they're taking it into their Social Security, it's wrong. He's like, they're not being able to write off the business expenses of going to events. Like, for example, when we flew to the WBC and the WBA, we paid for it out of our business. So it's an expense. But if I took our person to our Social Security, you can't write that off as a business expense because it's not a business. But again, like, fighters don't understand that. And now Nonito and I are making it a point to give the knowledge out and try to push it into every single avenue that we can to talk to these fighters, especially the younger ones, to make these decisions, set it up financially correct, and why you should.
So let me ask, I always wanted to ask you, matter of fact, I'll ask you this question because this was something we was talking about the other night. This is kind of random, but we're talking about business, right? So when a guy has a no guarantee, because I remember when this Crawford thing first came up, I think I didn't see the episode, but HOD told me about it. He said you was like, hey, look, you get a guarantee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then we find out, and Crawford said, no, it's no guarantee. And Eddie Hearn even said, hey, when it's a real big pay-per-view, no, we don't do the guarantee. We just split. We do splits, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. In a situation like that, where I don't have a guarantee, after I get finished fighting, I go in the back and I do my post-fight drug test. Nonito Donaire was famous for it. You know what I'm saying? Clean boxing. Clean champ. Make some noise for the champ. 4 divisions. Your favorite fighter ain't never did that. All right. When you're done with all of that, what do they hand you? They don't hand you a check? Like, okay, because they don't have the pay-per-view numbers yet.
Correct.
They haven't tallied up. They haven't made a bank deposit yet. Money has to, like, what do I get a percentage of today? Like, I just got in a fight. You telling me I don't have a guaranteed purse, but I'm supposed to get paid off the gate. I'm supposed to get paid off the pay-per-view. You ain't got the pay-per-view yet. We still tallying up the gate. I'm about to leave, though, and take a shower, go talk to the press, go to the hotel, go get some dinner. What do I leave with tonight other than a black eye?
The only other thing that you could leave with is international TV rights. And or if you negotiated part of, well, no, not the Masters. The Masters wouldn't be coming till later. So international TV rights and sponsorship. And then from there, that's where they're going to have to negotiate the gate. And like a lot of people didn't understand the whole, like, well, what do you mean he doesn't have no guarantee? And I did a whole thing off of like, okay, so if you did 5 million, if you wanted a higher guarantee, let's just make the numbers even, right? If you did, I'm doing this on my whiteboard right now. So a 5 million, option 1 is a 5 million guarantee. And you have to hit a ceiling of 300,000 pay-per-views to get, like, let's just say what do you guys want? 60-40, a 60% split after 300. Okay, so 60%, 300,000. It goes
50-50. Just make it easy. 50-50.
Okay, 50-50. 50-50 split after 500,000. Because of the fact that you hit because you wanted and I'm just like I'm saying 5 million as a low ball number. I like the number. It's pretty. So I'm like, it's just easier for me to calculate. Hey, babe, can you unlock the calculator? So let's just say that pay-per-view sold 325. So 25,000.
On the calculator?
Huh? Well, no, it's on his phone, and I'm trying to. He has like face unlock.
Yeah,
and I don't feel like.
I figured that too. So you don't got his password?
No, I do, but it's an iPhone, and I'm an Android, and I always get confused, like how the hell you're supposed to do this stupid thing.
Shout out to the Android users. Shout out to the Android users. I hate y'all iPhone niggas.
Yeah, your iPhone sucks. I can't even swipe backwards.
I ain't got no problem with it. That's it.
Cameras. You better get this Samsung. This new Samsung got a better camera than that iPhone. But go ahead.
Okay. So at 5 million, all right, it only did $5 million upfront guarantee. Okay. And you did 300, your minimum threshold is 300,000. After that, you'd get 50%. And what number do you want to hit? $100 pay-per-view? Let's just do $100. Make it even. Okay. So you only can collect 25,000 times $100 pay-per-view divided by 2 equals 1.250 million, right? 1,250. So your total is 6.250 million. That's option 1, right? But you know your pay-per-view numbers and you're like, you know what? Screw that. Cut my threshold in half and only give me 2.5 million. Okay? Buy number is still 325. So 325. Oops. See, damn your freaking iPhone. 325 minus 150. That gives you a clearance of 175,000 pay-per-views at 50%. That's it. Sorry. No need those phones suck.
Look, I took remedial math in college. I had to take Math 9.7 to get to Math 9.9 just to get to college algebra. So you kind of confuse me with this word problem right here. Like,
okay, let me.
I don't know what numbers you plugging in anymore. Do I need to get my paper and write along?
Hold on. Let me just do this real quick, and I'll tell you what the exact numbers.
Yeah, this is why fighters be getting ripped right here.
Small heads.
We got Rachel Daenerys on the calculator. This why we signing bad deals. You don't told me. I thought I was getting $5 million. That's what you started with.
Yes. So you're getting $5 million, but your threshold after pay-per-view, you have to hit 300,000 buys.
I don't hit 300,000 buys. I'm Terence Crawford. I did 150.
Then you only get 5 million. With a guarantee.
You don't get nothing.
You don't get anything besides your 5 million.
Mark, the threshold means that
I don't want to talk to you, HOD. I'll talk to you every night. I want her to tell me. Now, she said 5 million. So you said if I don't hit the threshold, I'm capped at the 5 million.
Correct.
I don't get nothing else. Okay, boom. But let's say I hit the 300,000 buys. Then we start adding in what? What is this other stuff called?
So if after 300,000, let's just say they did 325,000 buys, that adds 1.250 on the back. So you get total 6,250,000.
I got
okay.
Down.
All right. So let's say you're like, you know what? Let me play. Give me half of that. So half my threshold and half of the purse. So I'm going to bet you, give me 2.5 million guarantee with 150,000 threshold.
Okay. Now I see what you're doing.
Okay. So at the end of the day, with the same numbers at $100 pay-per-view at 50%, 325 minus 150, you'll have 8,750,000 on the back of your 2.5 million.
And you can just tell them like, okay, while y'all figuring that out, I'm gonna take 2 million right now. Have a check for me for order, whatever.
You could. That's what I'm saying. So if you have a guarantee, a low guarantee with a lower threshold because you know you could sell the buys, then take the lower guarantee because the amount that you can sell on the other side, there's no ceiling. But if you can't guarantee yourself that you can even hit that threshold, take a higher guarantee.
And is that how fighters end up in debt to the promoter? Because you might have took a check. Like, example, like Pacquiao and Ugas didn't sell what people thought it would, right?
Correct.
So is it possible, I'm not saying that's in this case, but how would a situation like that happen when you got a guy like Manny Pacquiao who pretty much whatever pay-per-views they sold that night, Pacquiao sold them for the most part. You got a small contingency of Ugas fans that did it, but for the most part, Pacquiao sold that pay-per-view name alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but that fight did not sell massively, I believe. Do you know the numbers? What Pacquiao Ugas did roughly?
No, not off the top of my head. But the thing is, even with Pacquiao, like you have a lower guarantee on your contract, right? So over the course of, like, for example, 4 years or whatever, let's just say Pacquiao's guarantee is $5 million. It's not, but let's just say that. Let's just say it's $10 million, right? So they negotiate it to a higher guarantee based on the opponent. So the reason behind that, though, is let's just say he gave him $20 million, right, for the Ugas fight, and he lost a bunch of money. Literally, Arum can go back, or not Arum, PBC could go back and say, hey, so your last fight, like, we lost money, so we're not going to offer you the 20 million. We're going to offer you back to your guarantee of 10 million to make up for their losses. Because by contract, that's all they have to offer you is the guarantee, your minimum guarantee. They don't have to give you higher than that.
Interesting. But when you get a guy like Crawford said they didn't offer me no guarantee.
Yes.
That's weird, right?
It's weird, but okay, so the problem with Crawford and a lot of the boxers is the false perception of how much people make, okay? You have someone like Camboso saying that, well, the sources say that he made 10 million versus Haney, the first one, and when the lawsuits came out, he made 3.8 after sanctioning fees, and that's without his manager and everyone else taking money, and then 400, I believe, for pay-per-view and 200 for gate. That's nowhere near the 10 million. So, but Crawford sees it, right? And he's like, shit, my minimum was 5 million. Why is Cambosos getting 10? And so he does this weird math in his head that he, overprices himself without knowing the numbers of what his gate and his pay-per-view are, and believes, since I've always made 5 million, now that I'm a free agent, I should be able to make bucos more. And with a Spence fight, he's looking at I think ×4 or ×5 is the number that he was looking for, and they couldn't promise that. So that's why it came into a what is it called? Where it's like, all right, well, now you have to have skin in the game. You have to sell this. If you want, we're not going to give you that high of a guarantee and then not have you try, like, help us sell it. So we're going to give you no guarantee with no ceiling, but you need to fill that damn thing and you need to sell the pay-per-views.
Okay. So he would leave with what that night at the end of the fight with no guarantee?
Sponsorship and international TV rights.
But you can't pay your bills with TV rights, though.
Maybe the gate money, does that come into play the same night, Rachel?
No, because people are still buying tickets at the gate unless it's sold out weeks before.
And they got cash. It's cash. It's credit cards. It's like it's a lot of stuff. Like people can say my credit card was stolen that night, so charges get rescinded. Like.
Well, and that's why I thought it was capped at, like, Adrian Broner is like, man, we did pay-per-view on Saturday. We getting paid Monday. I'm like, no, you're not fucking getting paid Monday on pay-per-view. Stop. You're not getting First of all,
I think it's different with a website, though, because and the way you pay in versus Comcast and stuff like that. You can call Comcast and say blah, blah, blah. and they'll take it off your bill. They'll refund you, which is a pay-per-view loss. You get what I'm saying? When they refund that person back their money, to say, hey, my pay-per-view never started. Something was wrong with my cable. So yeah, it looked like a pay-per-view by first, but 2 months later, when that billing cycle, or a month later when that billing cycle hit, that is taken off my bill. So you didn't buy that. That is not a sale for you anymore.
Correct. So with BLK Prime, when they're like, charging the cards though, right? Like on their site, which wasn't a lot of downloads for their app and for their streaming service to be able to put that on. They would, still, if you bought it the night of the fight, your credit card's still pending until X amount, right? The Comcast and all that other stuff, that's the whole satellite one. That's why they partnered. I can't remember who they partnered with to be able to stream it on regular cable or whatever.
Yeah, you get your money back for that. You can't get your money back with this app.
Correct.
Fine.
Yes, and they're gonna have to eat it if something happened with even their broadcasting. Let's just say there was a storm in the area and they couldn't whatever, right?
You had better replay. Like, it's still good. That's on you and your service provider, but that ain't on us. They don't assume no responsibility because they're not the service provider. They're not your Wi-Fi. They're not your cable company.
Correct. But there was no clear delineation on how much was bought on BLK Prime and how much was bought on the satellite.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying when they said, "Oh, we got all our pay-per-view." I'm like,
I don't know if you buy it on the satellite. I thought you had to buy it on your phone or on your computer.
No, they partnered with Jesus. HLD, do you know? Was it Comcast or
Yeah, no,
something?
they were to my understanding they were with Prime.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Amazon Prime. You could have bought it on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
HLD, I'm gonna call your bullshit on that. Amazon
No.
Prime, the only person that's fought on Amazon Prime is
verification of that.
yeah, the only person that's fought on Amazon Prime and it's only in Japan is Inoue and Nonito. They just started as a test market. Hold on, I'm gonna look.
I got that. I thought I got that from what's his name?
But did you verify?
No, man, I didn't buy that shit.
No. Did you verify? Did you look it up online and verify the information?
No, I didn't.
Because me neither, bro. I heard that, but I was like, nah.
Oh, so you heard it? Like
I heard it floating around the streams, but when I looked it up, I found no substantiated evidence.
Oh, so then it says Rachel Sainz bullshit then.
Yeah, I can believe her because when she says like, look, it was a test market for us. We the only ones.
No, I know that's why.
But that math that Rachel just played right now, you see how much money Crawford could have made? All that bullshit.
No. And HLD.
Yeah.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation. And I ain't even about to go there with you. But she doesn't know, or she assumed. And she said, and that money that she brought up, she said that was Crawford pricing himself out when she said 4 or 5 times the amount. She didn't say he was gonna earn that. She said he priced himself out. She said he thought he was gonna earn that. So it's not, she didn't say what he would have earned. So don't put words in the system out. She right here. She
Yeah, I didn't say that. HLD, so I'm reading it right now. It was in demand DirecTV and Dish that made it available to linear cable viewers at the same retail price as $39.99.
My understanding, when they go to these other like networks to you, they don't get the full amount. Then they have to split it with that whoever, the Dish network or whatever it is. So if it's $39.99, my understanding they get maybe 50% of that.
Yeah.
And so then,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And,
of course.
and,
of course.
and then BLK gets whatever remainder off of that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then they split it out. I don't know what the splits were, to the fighters.
All right. Let me go into this last topic. This is the last one since we right here on some boxing. Let's get to it.
Pacquiao Nugas real quick. Pacquiao Nugas 250,000 pay-per-views.
I didn't. I heard that, but I heard somebody else say a number that was lower than that. I heard 220, 230. Not too much off, but I heard it was like 220, 230. But
Copy. Just bring it out.
But the same people told me Crawford and avanesyan from all sources, and this is alleged, like from all sources of where you can stream the fight, and to this day, it's still selling. They said, bro, it's up to 186,000 buys. I don't know how true that is, so we'll put a case on it. But they say, yeah. They say, yeah. So it was still selling buys the next day at $20 a pop. They were selling them on Sunday after the fight for $20. Still can buy it. Still can run. Hey, look, and it's still on their site for $20.
They're still trying. Wow.
Rachel Donaire. I think that's what and ESPN tried that before with a fight. They tried that with, I forgot what pay-per-view it was, but you can still buy the pay-per-view. It might have been the Terence Crawford and Sean Porter. You can still buy that fight a couple days after the pay-per-view. That wasn't. What was that last pay-per-view they did? Whatever that last pay-per-view was, you can still buy that after the fight. I know they did it with Sean Porter and Terence. I don't know if they tried it again, but basically, yeah, pay-per-view don't end for us on Saturday. You can still buy it on Sunday because some people still want to buy it and watch it and see it all the way through, So yeah, so that's what they was doing with BLK Prime, and it's still up for rent right now. You can rent it for, I don't know if it's 20 now. It might have dropped. I don't know, but last time I looked, it was $20. But me, I bought the fight, so I can still go up there and watch the whole card at any time. So I ain't mad at that. But that's a whole nother conversation. Let's get into this one before I move on, before we land this one. And after that, we'll do a final thought so we can tie it all together. Spence and Floyd Money Mayweather. Yeah, we still talking about it. It appears that people are still intrigued about the legendary sparring match that took place between one Floyd Money Mayweather Jr. and unified champion Errol Spence Jr. As you know, Errol Spence Jr. hosts the WBC, IBF, and WBA Super World welterweight titles. That's 147 pounds. For the people who are like, man, I don't watch boxing. I just watch Martin Nash. Make some noise for you. All right, so these guys weigh 147 pounds. Errol Spence got all the belts. As you know, around that time, Floyd Money Mayweather was the pay-per-view king, cash cow king. Some would say he was the face of boxing. Put a case on it. All right. So Nate Jones, who used to hold, he was a bronze medalist, also part of the Money team. You would see him on the 24/7s with Money May, and he'll have the bodysuit on, letting Mayweather hit him in the body, work on his body shots, right? Boom. Let me share the screen. Nate Jones does an interview, and he said, yo, when they did that sparring match, Floyd hurt Errol. Let's play it.
In a sense, because it finally got the chance to happen. A lot of people thought Floyd was going to lose this fight, and that's why the fight never happened because Floyd was scared. But, it was very intense. The whole world wanted to see it. It was crazy. It was one of those electrifying moments that I was a part of that really made me focus because I wanted to win so bad for Floyd to make sure he was successful and the whole team was successful. When he win, we all win. So it was big, man. It was one of the biggest moments in boxing history.
What took you so long for it to happen, though?
Let me fast forward. This ain't it.
Well, like Floyd said, Nate, he said, Nate, but I want him to know I lost to a better man. That I lost to a better man. Spud didn't want to fight him until he got the opportunity until he agreed to take the drug test. And once the drug test, the Floyd said, I don't care what they say, Nate.
Talking about working with Spence, getting ready for the Manny Pacquiao fight. Let me skip through some of this because he's talking about how good it felt to be a part of that moment where he beat Manny Pacquiao. Let's go.
You should have showed your documents and showed why you had to put out the fight. If you didn't do that, then no excuse. Once the bell rang, the excuse was over with.
He's talking about Manny's shoulder injury. I want your take on that too, Rachel. Let's go to this next part. Let's go.
Just fight like that.
To the 12 round. Well, what was you seeing?
I was just seeing electrifying moments of Floyd once again. Just watching the decisions he was making, the moves he was doing. Like when Floyd, they feel the same way. And it was a lot of moments, man. The man was just showing me how great he was in those intense moments. And the inside and the decisions he was making, but I could see up close the facial expressions, the changes. It just was real impeccable fight for my.
Damn, this ain't even the spot. Man, my bad. It was giving for a good word. There were some intense moments. Okay, I missed it. Okay, let me go
Me
back.
as a trainer, and for me, it's been a fight. When they cut that check, man, I thought that was a pussy move because there's no excuse for when the bell rang. If you had any excuses, you shouldn't have fought. It wasn't because he cheated, because he was a better man.
Yeah.
When they cut that check to you, or when you knew the money was gonna make, because if you didn't do that, then no excuse. Right. If I lose, I want to know I lost.
All right, I gotta find the spot. I thought I had it. All right, but anyway, basically,
that's what she said.
All right, so basically, he said Errol was giving Floyd some good word. There were some intense moments. He was hitting Floyd with some clean shots. Floyd was very smart. He knew what he was doing. He never hurt Floyd. He got Floyd's attention. I seen him get Floyd's attention, but he never rattled Floyd like that. Floyd rattled him one day. That's what he said. He said a lot of people were going around saying Floyd was getting his butt whipped and sparring by Spence. Floyd was handling him well. That's what he said. Floyd was handling him well. I had to tell him to stop doing it. I jumped on top of the ring and I went off on Floyd in front of everyone. I went crazy. I said, why are you jumping back so big on this dude? Talking about Spence. You building his confidence. You making all these moves and you moving back real big. Quit making big moves jumping back. When you making him miss, he said, you're doing it so big that you can't even respond because he was making a miss so big. Floyd would be back so far out of the way. He would make a miss so big. He said, so he's like, you can't deal with him like that. Calm down, stay in the middle and stay relaxed. Start shooting your shots up the middle. You know what I'm saying? Up the middle way. Because he was inside and open. Floyd hit him with an uppercut and hurt him. Floyd almost knocked him out. This is what Jones said. He said, Jones said Mayweather supposedly hurting Spence. He said nobody ever seen Floyd rattled in training camp or buckled, whereas I've seen Errol Spence buckled by Floyd and Floyd Mayweather. He said Floyd wasn't buckled during the sparring session, but Errol gave him some of the best work I've ever seen. He said, I jumped on the ring and I told Floyd to calm down. He said, start small up the middle. Hit him with some shots up the middle. And Floyd hit him with an uppercut and buckled him. Floyd had him knocked out and the bell rung. When Floyd started calming down, the work got better, but Errol gave Floyd some of the, they copied and pasted some shit. This same shit, I just read that. He said it was all good though, and Floyd needed that. It built Errol's confidence that he could give Floyd some good work. And I put him on a pedestal that he was a bad motherfucker, which he said. And that's pretty much, that's the Mayweather Florence session that happened around 2003. So my question, I'll ask, and I'll go to Sir Senior first, since he's been quiet for a minute. Sir Senior, 2003, who you believe? Some people saying Floyd gave Errol the work. People are saying Errol gave Floyd some work, gave him a black eye, got because the original story was Errol gave Floyd a black eye. Floyd left. Errol got kicked out of training camp, and Floyd said, "Nah, fuck that, bring him back." You know what I'm saying? And got some more work in with him, but he gave Floyd a black eye. Which story you believe? You believe Nate Jones' story? You believe both could be true? You believe he almost knocked Floyd damn near knocked him out? What you believe, sir?
Honestly, how people tell the story and the fact that it took him this long to tell the story, and also adding the fact of how it is when you see people, in the ring when they're boxing, and how they say, boxing, sparring stays at the gym. I would say it's probably a combination of all of the above, or probably the more accurate. I think, he probably might have gave him a black eye, and that's why, Mayweather hit him with the uppercut that dazed him a little bit. because they was
knocked
going
him out
for.
on his feet. He was knocked out on his feet, according to Nate Jones.
I mean, and this is 20 years ago.
I'm instigating.
Yeah, it's 20 years ago. So EJ is good, but he won't. That wasn't even the best version of EJ at 20 years ago, and that definitely wasn't the best version of Floyd. He was coming off the couch, and that's said in everybody's tell of the tape, as they call it. And EJ was like the third person he fought. You know,
Yeah, I think that date is wrong
fought.
too. It couldn't be in 2003. When did he fight Pacquiao?
Not 2003. Like it had to been it's after my boy, so what? Either 12, 13, 14?
2005. So that can't be right.
EJ was 10 years old or something.
No, I'm just saying Errol didn't start boxing in 2005.
2015?
So it might have been 2015. Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot
a little mixed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the publication some bill because they copied and pasted some shit right there. So that what I was reading from, so they might have messed up with a date as well. So let's go to the pros. Rachel, Nonito, y'all talk to me. What y'all think of the reaccount of this story? And I'm setting y'all up because I got a follow-up question. So everybody give me y'all take on this one because I got a follow-up question for y'all after everybody give me their take on this one.
I mean, I always think it's funny that like things like people talk about like sparring and stuff like that. First of all, like sparring's completely different than being in the ring. Second, I always feel like it's unsportsmanlike that when you go into a gym, like you're trying to help people, both on the game, especially the one that's fighting, to try to, create a narrative or anything like that when there is no video footage. Like we can never see that. We shouldn't see that, honestly, unless both fighters agree to have it being released. But for me, like I don't feel like it was any other type of way. I think both fighters probably got their shots off. How hard is it to get a black guy with a headgear on? Like is it depending on the headgear? Is the winning?
The headgear. Depends on the headgear, but when you do get popped with something, I mean, you're gonna get,
But a thumb for sure will go through the headgear.
Yeah. I mean, all the headgear. If the thumb goes in, it doesn't matter what kind of headgear you get in.
Yeah, because he's talking about because the headgear he uses is a winning and it has that guard on the front.
Yeah.
So I mean, then the question is, well, what were they using, right? Like, if you really wanted to get into the nitty gritty of the details, like if they said that they were both using that bar, then I mean, the only way for you to get a black eye is a thumb from that.
Yeah, but that's but the majority of it is if you have those regular headgear.
I'm gonna put Mayweather on the screen too, so y'all can see his headgear. But please continue.
Yeah, I want to see his headgear, so I
got you, champ.
You were saying that Spence gave him the black eye and Floyd Florida.
No, Spence gave Floyd a black eye.
Yeah.
Okay, so the headgear that he's using, you get popped with those. You get black eyes with those stuff. Not just a thumb, but you get popped with those things real good.
Yeah, I heard he had a mouse under the eye.
Yeah. Oh, that's from a punch then.
Yeah.
But do you believe it?
Do I believe it? Yeah, with that headgear, yeah.
No, I mean Spence and Mayweather before the Pacquiao fight.
I think so. I mean, Floyd gets hit with the straight from the southpaw. I mean, he got hit with I mean, he gets hit with punches too. Especially he can't do the shoulder roll with the southpaw. The straight's gonna go land in there if he's throwing it right down the middle. I believe so.
Okay. So you think it's very possible that he could have gave Floyd black eye? What do you think about Nate saying, "Yo, Floyd damn near knocked him out, bro. He hit him with an uppercut, yo. I can't." He was making a miss so big that he was out of range to counter. I told him, "Hey, stop jumping back so big. Stay in the middle. Start shooting them little shots up the middle." And then he caught him with an uppercut. And
I believe that too. Because Spence reach in when he throws his jab, he pushes through, which is powerful when you receive it. And then when he throws that straight, he leans forward. If you look at how he throws that straight, he leans forward where he's really open for that uppercut.
and a master like boxer
like Floyd. Yeah.
He picked
Yep.
and is acting in real time. So you see that all the time. Do you watch that a lot when you watch guys fight? Do you come up with like, oh, like a guy that people say is unbeatable when you watch them fight, like even if they're not in your division? Do you say, oh yeah, he's open for this shot all the time?
Oh
Why?
yeah. Oh yeah. Me actually, me and Rach would do that all the time. You know, like we look at their positioning, we look at where their feet is placed, you know, and how they throw the straight, how they throw the hook, how they throw all that stuff. If they do this, this person can land it this way or whatever, you know, all of that. I mean, that's what we look at. It's like if I put myself in a situation like if the other guy is this person that should win the fight, I would do it this way to beat the guy or to land my punches. You know what I'm saying? Like we do that all the time.
Okay. Good shit. Did everybody HOD talk to me? What you think? Is it real rap? Is it cap? What do you think of the story? Get ready for a lot of F-bombs, everybody.
No, man. Yeah, man. It's fucking sparring, bro. You know, it's just sparring, and I think you know we talk too much about it, man, because it's just sparring. I like the story that I heard between both fighters talking about it. You know, I think May was called Spence a bitch. You know, come on, bitch, and let's do this. And Spence got mad. Oh yeah, now we're gonna do this for real. And they kind of but they both gave each other good work, and that's that. But I like that it was, you know, like an introduction of, you know, the OG versus the young gun, and that was it, man. But the details of he knocked him out and come on, man. I mean, just think about it. Once,
what's wrong with telling those stories, though, man? That's what makes it beautiful. That's all we.
I'm not gonna read. It is what it is, man. It's sparring, and that's that. You know, I mean, you know, I think the guy might be embellishing too to the story because, I mean, when's the last time Mayweather, you know, knocked somebody out to hurt somebody like that? You know what I mean? And then we got headgear on and shit. I'm just saying. I really don't. You know, I mean, I like more the story that I heard between both fighters, Mayweather and Spence. And Mayweather said he gave me some of the good work, and Spence talked about how Mayweather, you know, kind of sunned him by calling him a bitch and shit, and you know, just trying to egg him on and shit. So I mean, I think that was the best part of the story. But as far as, you know, he may have got knocked out and shit like that, I really don't. I don't got much to say, man. That's all I got.
All right, cool. Let me say this part real quick. What was that? Somebody said something in the chat I wanted to read. Okay. No, that wasn't it. Shout out to the Joy Boxing. He said you can get it by hitting the nose as well. Absolutely. Shout out to George the Greek all the way in Australia. He said, I've been badly scolded, mate. And I've done the same thing. That's a terrible Australian accent, but shout out to George the Greek. So here's my thing. In their primes, who wins? Money May, Errol Spence Jr. in their prime. Sir, Senior, you want to go first? Go for it. Prime for prime, who wins?
I'll say Mayweather.
Got a reason why?
Yeah, in his prime, his offense and defense will outlast Spence.
All right, as simple as that. Shout out to Sir Senior. Let's go to the show that the pros love. Behind the Ring with Rachel, with Nonito and Rachel. Talk to me. Prime for prime. Who wins this one?
I give it to Mayweather too. Like I feel like, you know, even during the sparring that you guys were talking about, I don't think, you know, it's not about anything but finding the timing and the distance. And Mayweather's really good at timing and distance. So I just feel for me, it would be Mayweather. Nonito, as he was brushing his teeth, said Mayweather too.
He said Mayweather too. Okay. Prime for prime. I'm gonna put a survey in the chat. Prime for prime. Who wins? Spence versus Mayweather. Go ahead, HOD.
Prime for prime, Mayweather beats everybody from today to the past 20 years. So it doesn't matter. He's gonna beat everybody. He'll beat Crawford. He'll beat Spence. He'll beat Boots. He'll beat Ortiz. In his prime, he'll beat all these guys.
Ooh, that's like being. Hey, look, I'm not trying to wish death on the man, but that's like, it's almost like being a deceased rapper, almost like when you leave on top, people always just think you're the best.
No, but I do have to give the man credit for what he's the best. The balance of his, especially his defense, bro. His defense from coming from defense to offense, he was impeccable, man. I don't think none of these guys would hang with him. He's too good.
But was 147? What was Mayweather's best division? Was 147 his best division? Because I think the question is kind of unfair to Spence, because we saw Mayweather fight at 35, 30, or was it? Was he at 32? Was it 30? No, it was 35, 40, 35, 40, 47, 54. No. So it was 30, 35, 40, 47, 54. 5 divisions. There you go. So yeah. So we seen him from 30. Spence, we only seen him at 1 division. I kind of think it's not fair to him, because I think prime Mayweather, like when he was super fast and super deadly, might have been like 35 and 40.
Well, yeah, when he was pretty boy.
Yeah, at 47, I don't know what he would have did with a guy like Spence. I don't know. I can imagine. We'll never know. But I'm just saying, did he have the stopping power to keep the Terminator off of him? Because Spence is like the Terminator, bro.
He didn't need a stopping power, man. He'll beat him. It'll be a 12-round decision.
He'll hit him and he'd be swimming without his just making
Right.
it all night.
Mm-hmm.
Good shit. He gonna take the Devin Haney route.
No, he's not a huggy bear.
That's what Devin do. Swim
No,
without-
man, that's sacrilegious comparing Devin to Mayweather.
Man. That kid be swimming without getting wet, man. Hey, Rachel, what y'all think of Devin?
Sorry, my mic was on mute. I think Devin's a talented kid. I think I say kid because I'm 40, okay? So I'm not trying to stun him or anything.
She's trying to stop. You from the East Coast?
No, but a lot of my friends are. I'm from the Bay.
Yo, a lot of your slang and the way you say certain words, I thought you was from the East Coast. I was like, yo, she got Tim's and a hoodie on right now.
Close, very damn close.
With a Yankee fitted or some shit. All right. It's like, yo, over here, like when you say here, sometimes.
Yeah, I know. People tell me that. I think I just hang out with way too many New York people.
Sound you from up top, but all right, go ahead. Can the kids what?
No, he can. He has talent. The thing is that he's, of course, right now I think he's very cautious, which is not a bad thing. But as he's moving up in weights, you saw him start to sit down with his try to put more power into his shots, which is going to get him into trouble when he gets into firefights. Kambosos wasn't that much of a threat, and I said that since the beginning. I said that the first fight he just needed to box him smart. The second fight he made it a little bit more fun.
Because he knew what God had for him, right?
Well, that, and I had no idea what Kambosos' plan was, because whatever the plan was sucked. It completely sucked. He tried to do like this Tyson roll, but like was completely square and flat-footed and slow and shit, and try to switch up, which is Kambosos doesn't have that footwork to even pull off something like that. So I think he looked amazing even more when he fought Kambosos, because of how poorly Kambosos showed up the second fight. But I think, with that being said,
right?
Huh?
Some would say he got hit more.
He did, because he wanted to. That's where I feel like he wanted to put on more of a show, right? Because the first one, he was like, "Oh, am I on pound for pound list? Y'all should put me on pound for pound and all these things." And I think now he's trying to get into the show of boxing, like pleasing the fans, pleasing the journalists, and all this other stuff. That becomes dangerous. It really does. I don't feel like we've really seen that much punch power behind him. He's a great boxer, and he's fast, and he has good read as far as when his opponent's going to counter. He's right out of the damn way. So I just think that he just needs more.
Sorry about that. That's my shit. My bad. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So I just feel like he just needs a bit more experience, and make sure that he doesn't get drawn into the firefights, because I don't think he's ready for firefights yet.
Yeah, I'll say this before I pass it back around. I agree with you a lot on what you said right there, but when I hear people say the kid doesn't have any power, I always say power is relative, right? Because if he had nothing for you, you would just walk through him, and I don't see nobody walking through this kid Devin Haney. People say he chinny. I haven't seen him get a count yet. He ain't got a count yet. He got hit with a good shot. He got a buzz shot. Ironically, I'll never forget when that fight with Linares, I interviewed Stitch Duran the next morning. You just can't make this up. Like, I had to Stitch work that corner, and I already had the interview scheduled to have him on the show on Sunday, right? You just can't make it up. Perfect timing, right? And we talked about that shot where Linares hit him, and Stitch Duran was like, yeah, he got hit with a buzz shot. You know what I'm saying? Just okay, wake up. You know, what do you think of that? Do you think he's chinny?
No, I'm not saying at any point he's chinny. I just don't think that people are running him over because of the fact that, like, his range of jab, like the length of his jab and how he throws it and how quickly he throws it, ruins the rhythm and timing of if you're coming in to throw a barrage of punches. You throw a defensive jab off of that and ruin their timing, then it's going to stop you. It's going to stop whatever you were doing. It might not like hurt you, but it's gonna stop whatever you thought in your head. It's a reset whenever he throws it right in the middle of these barrages that people come with. So it doesn't need to be hard. It just needs to disrupt you, and he's good at that.
Go ahead, H. Cersei, anybody want to jump in? Agree, disagree?
I mean, what's that? I'm trying to understand what's the question of that we're responding to, I guess.
Did you hear what she said?
Well, I mean, it's hard to walk through a guy who's always on his back foot, so you're not gonna really just walk through it. He's out of the way, so it's not relative like you were saying. It's just we know he doesn't have that cracking power, man. I mean, it's clear as day. He doesn't have no cracking power. He gave Linares some he tried to do some heavy shots on Linares, and they didn't do shit to the man who's the chinniest in the division. And then we want to talk about, he hasn't had a count, but with only one shot to the chin, he was drunk for 2 rounds. So that's where the chinny kind of talk is like, damn, man, it took you that long to recover from one shot.
You thought he was on Bambi legs for the next 2 rounds? Because I saw the opposite. I saw a guy use his leg.
Man, we gotta watch that. You're gonna see how many times he was running for a hug.
No. But hold up. But the fact that he can move,
Mark, the man was not on his feet well, man.
Let me finish my sentence. The fact that he can move means he had his brain, he had his legs, he had the wherewithal to know, hey, I don't want to get hit with that shot again.
We got different definitions, man.
So if you're able to do that for 2 rounds, is that a testament to him and his survival skills, his wherewithal to know, hey, I'm winning this fight. I just don't need to get hit with that shot no more.
That's not what it was.
Hold on, let me finish setting the table. Or what does that say about Linares? Like, damn, you can't cut the ring off. You can't catch him again for another 6 minutes.
It just shows that he knew what he had to do not to get knocked the fuck out. But it does not mean that he was not drunk on his feet.
But you can't. Do you know what drunk on your feet mean?
Mark,
you can't.
Mark, the man was almost on his knees, running towards his waist to hold him. That's how bad he was hurt.
For 2 rounds.
Yes, for the 11th and 12th round.
Okay, and he made it through.
Yes, I mean that's the testament to that. If you want to say that's the testament that he did what he had to do to survive. Granted.
You don't think he threw no punches those last 2 rounds?
Mark, we're talking about, was he still hurt? He was hurt for 2 rounds. That's it. Now, did he do what he had to do to survive? Yes. That's the pedigree stuff that you have to learn, that you only learn when you're in situations. That was a great learning experience for the young man, because he's gonna face that adversity once again, and he's gonna know how to react and how to try to survive, which is great. You know, a lot of fighters don't know how to do that and probably just fall victim to getting knocked the fuck out. He didn't play that game. He did whatever he had to do, and yes, that's a testament to that. But that has nothing to do to saying that he was not hurt on his feet for the next 2 rounds. He was, which is why he was acting the way he was.
Okay. I will say this. I'm looking at the punch stats, and wow. He definitely, when you look at the last 2 rounds, in round 10, as far as power punches landed and thrown, he threw 27, landed 7. But in the 10th round, he did the same thing. So he definitely has slowed down some. But if you go back, that's why in the first round, he landed 7 as well, through 14. But around that time, round 12, he threw 8. I mean, he threw 28, landed 8. Linares threw 31, landed 11. Round 11, he threw 9. He threw 30, landed 9. So Linares wasn't able to hit him, and they almost threw the same amount of punches when you look at the actual numbers. And Linares abandoned the jab totally, like a lot of times. Wasn't even throwing the jab, but Linares did have his best jab round in round 4 and round 11. So if you're looking at by the numbers, I can share my screen. Should have had my screen shared so you guys can see it. But I get where you're coming from, H. I definitely get where you're coming from. All right. But you think he's chinny though, basically, H, right?
I think that his punch resistance, the recovery of 2 rounds off of just 1 shot, that was a long time.
But it's the shot that you don't see that hurts you though.
I get it. He got 2 rounds.
It's bro, he survived it though. Some people don't make it 1 round.
No, you're changing the count. It took him 2 rounds to recover from that. That's what I'm saying.
People don't recover at all from a clean shot. It's a clean shot. He didn't see. He got hit with it. It connected. We're judging his recovery time when some people don't recover at all. He stayed on his feet, wobbled to his corner, so we know he's hurt. The other guy couldn't pull the trigger, couldn't get him out of here. Why is that a knock on him versus the other guy?
Not a knock, Mark, but it's a reality. It took him 2 rounds to recover. And no, it didn't. He lucky it was only 2 rounds, right? We don't know what would have happened. It would have been, if that would have happened earlier on in the fight.
Shit, if it would have happened early on in the fight, we definitely would have got to have a different story. But we can what if forever. But we do know what happened.
Still doesn't. Yeah, he was drunk for 2 rounds after that shot. Yeah, and he survived, and he did what he had to do. Good for him.
Landed only 2 punches less than his opponent.
Okay, Mark.
In certain departments, like I don't know why you so critical.
Well, because I give in to what you're saying. Yeah, he did what he had, but you're not willing to say the man was drunk for 2 rounds. See, I'm saying, yeah, he survived. He did what he had to do. I give him the credit for that. I'm saying that, but you won't say the man was not buzzed for 2 rounds. See, that's the difference. I'm open and yeah, I give him credit for things that he did.
Yeah. Maybe I have a different definition for buzz. I'm gonna go with what Rachel said when she said he was cautious, and he fights more cautious, and he still fights more cautious in this fight. I don't get the joke. Tell me what's funny, my brother.
that I understand why he's cautious.
What you mean?
That he's cautious. You're saying that you agree with Rachel. Yeah, of course he's gonna fight cautious.
Yeah, I mean, get the win. Like, don't go for the knockout. That was one of those fights where I thought, because I believe this was after the Gamboa fight, right? Or was this before the Gamboa fight?
Which one?
Linares.
No, that was after.
Exactly. Okay. Now, going into that Gamboa fight, I remember Devin was doing a lot of trash talking. He was saying, yo, I'm going to do him worse than Crawford. You know what I'm saying? He said either because he fought him after Tank, right?
Exactly. Tank knocked him out.
And they said, but look, Tank was in that fight saying, "What's wrong with me?" Remember, they was like, "Man, what's wrong with me?" Blah 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 blah. Tank couldn't get Gamboa out there to the right there at the end. I was at that fight, and Gamboa was having some success in that fight, bro. People forget all of that though. Once the highlight reel come out, but my point was this: when you look at the fights and you see what happened, guys have success at different times and different moments, right?
Yeah, right.
So when Devin Haney is doing his thing and he gets hit and get hit with a shot, he fights Gamboa, he's doing this shit. People were saying, "Yo, you pillow fisted." So I think he was trying too hard. I think he did what Shakur did, but Shakur started getting the knockouts. Devin didn't get the knockouts. Devin got hit and got buzzed. But they complained about Shakur saying, "Hey, yo, you're not exciting. You're not exciting." But that whole fight, that whole build up for that fight on ESPN, damn, I should pull out the box rep because they were talking about, oh, he has the best plus minus since Floyd Mayweather. But then as soon as the fight goes, he don't get a knockout, he don't get hit. Tim Bradley was like, "Yo, man, you got to be able to excite these fans too, man. This ain't what they want to come see." Do y'all remember that fight I'm talking about? Shakur, they said he stunk up the joint, but Shakur was like, "Yo, that guy hit me with a good shot early on." And I was like, "Damn, I don't want to get hit with that shit no more."
Yeah, that's the Nakatili fight.
Okay, boom. So Devin tries to get Gamboa out there, but he went out there telling everybody, "I'm trying to knock him out." He's hitting Gamboa with the hardest shots early on. He ain't disguising the shots. Gamboa knows how to survive, so he don't get a knockout. Then he goes in and fights that guy Linares, who only losses come from knockouts. He's trying to get him out of there, hit him with everything. Finally get hit with a good shot after they don't had a clean sweep and was like, "Fuck that. I'm cashing out. I don't want to get hit with that no more." I think we're seeing trajectories of fighters and paths happen right in front of us, and guys are realizing who they are. And I just think he's one of those guys who just like, "Yo, I want to win more than I want to get knocked out."
Mark, to the point when he fought Linares, all of Linares' losses, all 5 losses that he had on his record were all by knockout. And the only decision loss he's ever had was when he faced Devin Haney. After he lost that fight, his very next fight, he got knocked the fuck out. So, yes, when we say that you saying the punch is relative, no, it's obvious he doesn't have that. So that hopefully he learns that, all right, I have to not work that type of game because that's not my fight. I got to fight the fight of skillful and that's that, because he doesn't have that punching power.
Yeah. Got some pop though. These dudes ain't walking through him, HLD.
Okay.
You saying everybody he beat, they just don't know how to cut the ring off?
Maybe that's whatever the case it is. The thing is, it has nothing. What I'm just saying is that he doesn't have knockout power.
All right. Well, let's bring it all together. Let's bring it all together right here and let's land this plane. This was a good one. Shout out to everybody who made it through. Memo.
Yo.
She's like, "Yo, don't call me that." She said, "I knew I shouldn't have played that game that night."
Nah, it's all good.
It's a cute nickname. I love it. But I don't have permission, so I'm gonna...
You can use it. You can use it. People that know me here can use it. It's special.
Shout out to my sister Memo, aka Girl Behind the Mic, aka Memory Benghazi, the author, storyteller. Take it home with us, man. Give us your final thoughts on everything we talked about tonight, from the R. Kelly to the kiss and tell to the maybe can we call that insensitive tweets? You know, give me your love language, your one-way sessions, your stingy ass. She was like, shit. She said, "When I'm on my period, everybody on their period." Fuck it. She said, "Fuck you talking about, Mark Nash? I don't know what you got going on in the Nash home."
He said, "Everybody."
I'm on my cycle. Everybody on the cycle, nigga. Tell your mama to suck your dick.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
It's a comedy show too, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get too sensitive out there. Talk to us, sister. Take us home. Give me your
Absolutely. Well, we hope that with all these surviving R. Kellys, that something happens to, or a deeper look into the adults of the underage girls, and that something can come off it. But I also know the way that the surviving R. Kellys manifested was because of public outcry. So perhaps maybe society could turn around and look and see and talk about the adults that were complicit in the underage girls and see what we could do with that. Maybe parents feeding their kids to R. Kelly or something. I don't know. Next documentary, I don't know. Keith Murray, I mean, listen, if you're gonna kiss and tell in a book and make some money, you need to know how to monetize. That's all I'm gonna say. And let me see.
Yo, what was up with him? Do you think what was up? How descriptive he was? Did you peep the movements? Like,
yeah, that's what was giving off cringe. It was just too much.
He stood all up. Do you think he seemed altered to you? Did he seem like somebody or some people that you might see on this show sometimes? Like, wow.
I mean, he, like Judge Mathis said, you might not be a crackhead, but you got crackish ways, you know. So it seemed like he had crackish ways. Okay. Altered, I don't know. He just came off to me like a fanboy, like one of those dudes back in the day that was hitting famous chicks so that he could just continue to tell the story for the rest of his life. If that's his legacy, then wow, you know.
Living off them old cars. Yo, I had the white CL Benz.
Right. That cost like 60,000. He said, I'm like, nigga.
That nigga Ubered there today. They called an Uber here.
Ride a bug.
Got dropped off. He got dropped.
Right.
He ride no Uber. He got dropped off. The homeboy dropped him off. Like, man, drop me off. I got an interview, man. They legit, man. They some real people, man.
Yeah, that was just weird. But
R. Kelly.
And, yeah, R. Kelly, he's gonna be where he's gonna be. I don't know about him. I mean, but the people that have been in these underage girls' lives, they need to get looked at, scrutinized. If they're not going to be convicted by the system, then the public needs to convict him too, like they did R. Kelly, which did propel his case, which brought more eyes, which brought serious people to look at his case. So, as for these two gentlemen in the back there, I can feel the black man's frustration, and I didn't want to make it a black and white issue, but it's just so palpable because it's like with Shannon and the other guy, it's like you get tired of the microaggressions. You get tired of trying to explain. He is a person that has experience in this, and you get tired of trying to explain to yourself that this is more than a sport to him. He has lived it, he has breathed it, and heck, he feels like he could have been any one of these people that are suffering with injuries. And for this kid, it was cardiac arrest. It was serious. His tweet to me was insensitive. It has a business read to it, but it was still insensitive because someone brought up something I was thinking as well, because I was like I said, I try not to make it black and white, but the obvious is the obvious. And someone brought it up in the comments and said, if it was Tom Brady, and I said, it's true. In my mind, that's the way I was thinking. If it was a white player, would the sentiment be the same? No, it wouldn't. I know that for a fact it wouldn't. So it was weird. It was insensitive. And all he has to say is, I'm sorry. I've always said there's a way to apologize when you're not apologizing. If my tweet was insensitive, I apologize. That's how you do it. You're not sincere, but you cast an apology, even though we would rather you're sincere. Now, Floyd Mayweather, I don't know. My bet's always going to be on him. That's the one that I know. that's the one that
What'd you say?
I said that's the one that I know. Money Mayweather.
Oh yeah,
that's the one that I know.
Oh yeah, now see, Money Mayweather, you'll get that one-way session. Oh yeah,
you get the one-way session too. No, he won't. He won't.
Yes, the fuck he would.
when we're on that pile of money. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, talk that shit. That's that real shit. Tell the truth. Tell the truth, shame the devil. That's what it is.
No, I'm just teasing. No,
Nah,
no.
don't tease.
He get time off too.
Nah,
get time off too.
Nah, he get time off, but you don't get time off.
Here's a 10K. Get to it.
Yeah.
Hey, look, what you
right
say?
to it.
What, get to it? What you tell him?
I said, here's your 10K. Get to it.
Oh, hell yeah. Go top it. Go. Take the card. No shit. Girl behind the mic want the credit card. She's like, just give me the card or a bag of cash. She want the bag of cash. But she won't take the credit card. She'll take the bag of cash because she'll be in there. She'll have her own account set up planning her exit scheme. She was like, I'm tired of sucking dick every month. Once a week.
Stacking up.
I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna set my own company up, man. I'm gonna do my own thing. Nigga think I'm his dick sucker every week because I'm on my period. Oh, I gotta suck dick all week. Nah, fuck you, nigga. Like, cause last week we could have did it, and next week you wanted to do it, but nah, you always want to pick this week. You know it. It's like I'm stacking this cash up. All right.
Stacking it up now. But no, he still gets time off. But yeah. And all I want to say really is he still get time off. I'm sorry. Maybe
he still get that mouth.
No, he don't. No, he still get him, Jeff Bezos, everybody else still get that time off.
That's
but
why Bezos got a divorce. He was like, right. I'll buy me a new bitch. Fuck it. Tired of this shit. She don't gave him an Amazon hand job. You don't email the shit into him.
Amazon delivery job.
She in the other room got a robot over there jerking him off. Like, this is what you wanted, right? You the man of the future. Let the robot jerk your dick.
Prime special.
Hey, look, she probably bought him that Japanese doll that we seen on World Star. That's look like a real person. Like, yeah, let this bitch suck your dick. I'm tired.
Shout out to former Mrs. Bezos.
Fuck that bitch.
Most importantly, shout out to all the baby mamas and baby daddies that are getting together this tax season and making it happen. Just don't forget to share with your sister here. That's it.
I know that's right. All right, well, I put your link out there so people can subscribe to your channel. Tell them what they can look forward to seeing on your channel.
No, that guy Clips, he still don't get them out. Yes, the link is in Girl Behind the Mic.
Hands and titties. She already told y'all. Hands, titties, spit, and a ball juggle. She gonna go to the circus on your. She gonna go to the circus on your ass. Put a ball juggle. I'm glad I can make you laugh. Hey, look. I'm glad my wife don't watch the show. She was like, "That's what y'all be talking about." I'm like, "Yeah, man. Talking about juggling balls, man. When y'all up here, like, what y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do to keep us?" They're like, "It's a weird show." I was like, "Yeah, they like it. Believe it or not, they like it. They keep coming back every night for this crazy ass show." But go ahead, ringleader.
No, that's it. Shout out to the Mark Nash show. Breaking beats and everybody in the chat. It was awesome. See y'all next time.
No. You supposed to tell us what they supposed to see on your channel because you got some dope content. You're gonna be dropping a lot of content this year.
A lot of content. 2023, lots of content. I should be working on my podcast, Decoding Dreams podcast. Just go replay those podcasts. We're coming back with something good. But go on to Girl Behind the Mic, MIC on YouTube. You find my tree link in the About section. Kind of reposting most of my podcasts on there. But yeah, I need to start dropping content.
I'm gonna be one of your first guests this year, man. I'm gonna let you decode one of my dreams.
I need to talk about guests.
And we're gonna share that one out. We're gonna blast it out. Come on, let's do it. Decode some of our dreams. And they don't have to be long episodes. It could be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
But I do need to start doing the guests. Yeah.
Let's do it. You got a whole plethora of people who would love to be your guests on your show. Like, this is your neighborhood too. You know what I'm saying? HOD, would you like the memory to decode one of your dreams on her podcast? Wouldn't that be dope?
Yo, she could decode anything.
Let's go, HOD. He said infantry D. You can D anything. Take the word code out. You can D anything with HOD. How about that? You can do anything. You can. Okay. Okay, you get the picture. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time and energy, my sister. I wish you nothing but health, wealth, and prosperity. And I know everybody say it, but we really mean it. 2023 gonna be our year, girl.
It's gonna be our year. New year, new me. BS, still me.
I know that's right. Thank you. I'll see you on the next one. God bless.
You too.
Peace. All right, and then there were two. And then,
Hey, Mark, you kicked her off the show. You kicked the Diosa off the show.
oh no, man. We gotta wrap them up, man. She was done. I ain't kicked nobody off. I don't know what y'all heard what happened last night, but it wasn't true. I put the time.
Oh shit! I missed out on something, huh?
Man, stick around. I fill you in, homie. Pause.
Yo, man, the fuck?
Everybody ain't gonna make it with us, man. Everybody ain't gonna make it with us, man. It is what it is. But I got love and respect for everybody, and I'm telling you, the live stream never lies. HOD.
Well, man, I mean, it is what it is, and you can't hang
audio recording, bro. You are indicting yourself. All right, but give me your final thoughts on everything we talked about, big dog.
On the R. Kelly thing, I mean, we already know what it is with that man, and it's all fucked up. And you know what I gather, we got a lot of apologetic people for this dude, and it needs to stop, man. Does he feel maybe that, do people feel that prosecutors are trying to twist the screws in him? Yeah, probably so, but it's well deserved. It's not like he's an innocent man of anything, so I'm moved on for that. You know what I mean? I don't know what is there to talk about. His marriage with Aaliyah, I guess. I mean,
hold on real quick. I ain't mean to cut you off, OJ. Hey, look. So you with me? You didn't need a Surviving R. Kelly Part 3 this week, right? Because they did a Part 1 on Monday, Part 2 on Tuesday. Today I'm hearing about it. I'm like, damn, they still doing that?
No, Mark, I didn't
We didn't watch Surviving R. Kelly at this point, right? He's in prison.
No, we all know what it is. I haven't seen not one of these episodes you're talking about, nor do I intend to. It's just to hear some foul, sick shit. I mean, there's no need for that. I don't need that energy around me. So I'm just saying it is what it is. We know what it is, and this just they need to just get this already off the news cycle and do it, and let the prosecutors do what they got to do, and that's it. Done with that. Next thing, you know what I mean? His marriage with Aaliyah. I was looking while you were talking earlier on. We got 43 states that allow marriages with underage kids. I think 16, and there's like several states that don't have a minimum age. So I mean, there's things that in the laws that need to be changed in this country too.
Wait a minute, but the state he was in, it wasn't 15.
No, I think it was Chicago, and I think it's 16 in Chicago. So whatever the fuck it was all weird.
Whatever it was, they lied on the certificate and said,
yeah, they lied. They lied, but it's just all fucked up. You know what I mean? Parents, everybody involved, they're all fucked up. It's just sick shit.
Let me put the graphic back up. I'm gonna put the graphic back up so you'll know where we're at. There we go. Boom.
All right, and then we moved on to the the T-Rex guy. I guess what we started talking about.
Oh yeah, Keith Murray was talking about how Foxy
graphic and all that stuff.
I was showing it out.
Nah, I look, man. I think there's a certain code. Doesn't matter if you're man or woman. You know what I mean? You could talk about it, but you don't have to name drop nobody. And this was over 20 years ago. This woman probably a grandmother now and shit. You know what I mean? There's no need for any. Nobody needs to be hearing about their grandma getting eaten out and shit and by this T-Rex looking motherfucker. No, man, there's no need for that. You want to talk about something like that? You could talk about it, but no name dropping. Be respectful still to the other person. That's all. So I got that's all about that. I think that was a bitch ass move. Desperate for attention and money or whatever the fuck it is. So, and then what we got after that was I'm like I get everything about what was said, and I like Girl Behind the Mic's take on it. There is a microaggression going on, and yeah, absolutely. Had it been Tom Brady and shit, would he have been talking that way? That's a very good question. Knowing his history of
I ain't heard nobody take that angle, yo. Not to
You
cut
know,
you off, I'm sorry, but I've never heard nobody take that angle.
and just hearing it now, you know what I mean? It made me like, yeah, you know what, with his history, because this guy is polarized,
I
man.
would probably be more upset. I ain't even gonna lie, and I'm black.
Well, you know, but the thing is that, you know, you just can't forget this is media. They're polarizing. Their job is to get eyeballs on them, good, bad, ugly, whatever the fuck. That's their job. You know what I mean? And look, we're talking about them. We've been talking about these two fools for the past few weeks because they've been having their hissy fits and shit. And here we are again. So, I mean, is the aggression true? Yeah, but is it also controlled? I think so. It is too. So, with that said, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think his apology that he tried to do on his third tweet was trash. I think he could have, you know, if you want to look, I mean, if it felt insensitive, just like girl behind the mic, she's always on point. Had he been more just sincere about it, look, if it was insensitive, I'm sorry, and that's that. But he went into this whole shit, and it looked all fake as fuck. And so, I was more bothered by that he should have just been sincere and call it a day, keep it moving.
Only
But
reason I shot him a little bill because my wife was like, well, when I looked at it on the screen, she said I couldn't even tell they was doing CPR. I just saw a lot of players crowded around it. And, you know, she's a nurse. She was like, I couldn't even tell they was doing CPR. I didn't see him take the jersey off, the pads. She was like, I couldn't tell what they was doing. There were just so many people gathered around it.
his tweets were live, right? And so, yeah, I couldn't, I didn't see any footage of the CPR going on. I didn't. But I mean, like I said, I mean, if it was unintentionally, offensive or whatever, you know, he could have just said, yo, it was not my intention. You know, I apologize. You know, and that's that. Leave it at that. No extra jargon like he did in that third tweet. But had it been Tom Brady or somebody, it would have been different. You know.
Hey, look, we know Tom Brady longer. Like somebody was clowning me in the chat clips. He said, Mar said, not Tom Brady. No. But bro, we know Tom Brady longer. Like he said, this guy just got in the league 2 years ago. Respect to him, and I wish him nothing but the best.
I guess it depends on how old you are and how you see life. You know what I mean?
Not even life. It's just like the connection that you have to somebody. Sometimes you feel like you have a connection to these athletes. They've been a part of intricate parts of your life. Like the way
that motherfucker's been around for 20 plus years in our lives, right? So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but but you're right. Life is life, and we're not trying to say anything about it, but like anything disparaging to this man, like his life doesn't matter. Absolutely.
No, to me, it's the same. Does is it? Oh my God, a higher star? Yeah, but does it mean his life is worth more? No, not in my sense. It goes more to that. But I think one thing we haven't said, man, we prayers out to the family and to this young man, and let's hope he comes out on top. You know what I mean? So many blessings to that family. We're talking about him, but I don't think we've extended that. But that's all I got with these two clowns. I really just think they're just the two Karens on the show and shit.
Spence and
Mayweather, man. I mean, it's I said it earlier. I think we talked too much about sparring. I don't think it's much of a story, for my opinion. I know it's knocking down your docket, but I just don't think there's much to be said about a sparring session. I do like the conversation that I heard Mayweather talk about it, and the one that Spence had about it. It just seemed like, a first encounter. He tried to son him, calling him a bitch, and then Spence, oh yeah, this is how he's gonna be. Then he turned it on and whatever, and so he wasn't backing down. And it was good work. Outside of that, I really don't give a shit. He almost knocked him out. Blah blah blah. I got nothing much to say about that. But I just think that it was a good story between those two guys who gave themselves good work, and young old line with the young line. That's it. Nothing else to it to me.
Damn, man, I wish Foul Player could call in real quick. He said, I didn't find this tweet offensive neither. I want to hear him speak on that because I heard everybody, well, not everybody. A lot of people said they thought it was at first. And then once they, because people just got their opinion about Skip. Let's just keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? People look at Skip like he's an asshole. He's an asshole. He's a jerk.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I look at Skip like that's a character that he plays. You get what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I be saying, Mark. That they play a role. That's why we got that fake Skip Bayless with Stephen A. Smith, bro. You got that guy that looks just like him, try to be the opposite of Stephen A. Smith shit. You know what I mean?
But also, I look at Skip like he's the guy that he can always say, "I got black friends. My coworker's black." Hey, look, like Skip could be that guy, that closet. I ain't gonna say I don't want to put that body on nobody. You know what I'm saying? But I remember
he's suspect. He's suspect.
Because I've been watching this motherfucker for years. So I've seen the moves that's changed, and I've seen how he moves. And I know what big money can do. Big money will tell you need to change your image. This guy need to be your co-worker. Make this guy your co-host. Yeah, it's gonna do good for you. You're gonna push your buttons, but he's gonna bring a different audience to you. And then
I get it.
And even when he got with Shannon, Sharp at the left with because I was describing Stephen A, right? Shannon Sharp is what seemed like he was at first. He seemed like he was just happy to do the job. He was happy to be there at first, right? And then little by little, he started seeing who Skip Bayless really is, and he wanted to slap the shit out of Skip Bayless, man, a bunch of times on air. Have you ever seen a compilation of their arguments? Oh my God, like Skip, like his voice get high pitched. He wanted to slap the shit out of Skip Bayless, but he know he can't. But one thing about Shannon Sharp that I think why Skip picked him as the co-host. One, he's black.
Absolutely.
Two, first and foremost, he's black. Two, he's a winner. You can't. He's certified, homie. Like Pro Bowler, Hall of Fame, 3-time champion, and he won't just own the team. No, he was the game guy. He was the guy waving bye-bye to he was the tight end waving bye-bye to the crowd. Yep. Like bye-bye. Once again, I did it to you, boy. Catching the deep ball, going up, pushing boys off and like muscling them for the ball, running it down for another 20, 30 yards. Motherfucker's a dog, bro. I hated Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp. He always was beating my teams. Whatever team I was playing, rooting for. But then he came to Baltimore Ravens, and I was like, I love Shannon Sharp. This is my dog. Yeah, let's go. But I hated Shannon Sharp for a long time until he played for the Ravens, yo. But that's another reason why he's in that spot. He's a winner. He's certified. You can't take his credentials away. We can talk about football all day. You can't tell me Shannon Sharp don't know the game of fucking football. Excuse my French, but I'm in France. Or sipping something French. But that doesn't absolve doesn't involve Skip Bayless for the way he conducts his business sometimes, or the way he's allowed to perform. Because some people aren't allowed to talk like that about these players. You're just not. He does have a privilege. Can we say that?
I agree. I agree. But like I said, man, this is part of that game that they got, man, because we're talking about these motherfuckers. So people are watching. People want to know what's going to do.
Bro, I do not talk about these niggas every night. They ain't news every night like that.
No, but they were just news a few weeks ago when he tried to come. He said you're nowhere near as good as Tom Brady. That's why and all that shit comparing them.
Oh, because he said the Martin Ass shit. Yo, low key, he said the same shit I be saying on the show. I was like, hold up. So you would disrespect me to big up this guy right here? Like, basically, he was like, you see me every day. I sit across from you every day, homie. You know what I'm saying? You'll disrespect me just to big up Tom Brady. And that's
exactly what he did.
I was like, yo, you ain't got to insult me. We ain't even talking about me. Like, why you making it personal? We talking about this right here. Yo, that shit was beautiful, man. And I felt this pain. I was like, man, this shit remind me of my show. Should be reminding me of my show. Watching them argue. My wife was like, I don't see how y'all do this shit right here. She was like, and this what you signing up for? I said, but don't worry. I'm gonna be the Skip Bayless in this situation. They gonna my co-host. Like I'm gonna be in charge of this shit because Skip Bayless is clearly in charge of the show, right? You can see that, right?
Well, yeah, he's the one who pays the big bucks on that one compared to the other one, I think.
If somebody had to go tomorrow, you know it's gonna be Shannon, right?
Who knows? I mean, because he's gotten pretty popular too.
Yeah, they are interested in him. They got the he got his own little side show that he do, man. I love those interviews where he was like, Club Shay Shay, well, we do something before two, son. And man, he be having some good, man, he has some great interviews, bro. You ever seen his interviews on Club Shay?
I've seen a couple of them, well, a little bit ago, but he is good. He is good. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that, you know, if is somebody gonna get fired, who's it gonna be? I mean, the old white guy, man. I mean, you know, he's an old white guy.
Hey, look, they might separate him, but they ain't gonna let Shannon Sharp go out that contract right now. You'll get your own show. We'll figure out something to do with you. Hold on, damn, we got a caller. Damn, I was trying to wrap it up, but shit, we pay for the phone line so we can take a call. So let me see who we got in the neighborhood. Caller, what's your name? Where you from?
L5 Player, Sunset Park, Brooklyn. What up, Mark? Thanks for picking up the call. Senor.
Peace to you, my brother. How you doing? Welcome home.
Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, HLD. Yeah, fine people within the chat.
Absolutely,
and,
man.
More success, 2023.
Yeah, we get. Hey, look, man. That's the great part about the new year, man. Like we get a chance to start over fresh, start over new. Whatever issues we had in the past, let's leave that shit in the past, right?
Word up.
All the time, man. God is great. Talk to me, man. What's on your mind, big dog?
Now, I just wanted to talk about the tweet specifically. Like,
yeah, go ahead. You said you ain't see nothing wrong,
in relation
right?
to the game. And no, I really didn't. I mean, like, but and I knew about like the incident you mentioned with Shannon and Skip beefing before, but I don't watch the show like that. Like, you know, I don't have ESPN. Oh no, I do have ESPN, but I don't watch that show. I don't watch any show on ESPN or sports shows. But as far as the tweet goes, I think a lot of people, and it wasn't just that, like as far as Skip making it seem like this was a time issue, like, and how they would be doing this in a pivotal time of the year, you know, week 17, I think it is, or week 16 for the NFL. You know, the season's almost wrapping up. So he was probably like thinking out loud or via tweet, you know, why is this taking so long in a sense? I mean, even though that may be insensitive, but honestly, I've been watching the NFL since I was a kid. I've seen Bo Jackson's leg get blown out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
And usually they clean that shit up before the commercial break. So I know, you know, being that it wasn't cleaned up before the commercial break, you would never expect, you know, a cardiac issue. You know what I'm saying? Or a heart attack, like
you can't
or
lose
whatever,
somebody
whatever.
right there. Yeah, you get the bit. You gotta try to.
Yeah.
It ain't like a leg.
But it's something you don't anticipate. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like Brady, who's like in his 40s. It's a young cat. He's 23 years old. So besides him like getting murked on the field, which he didn't, but you know, I guess he's just thinking out loud. But in relation to that issue entirely, though, like as far as like why Homeboy was laid out, because a lot of people had that assumption that it was in due to something else as to why Homeboy got laid out, or as to why Homeboy had a cardiac issue, because like that started trickling out. Probably like within 20 minutes.
His name is DeMar Hamlin, by the way.
DeMar Hamlin. I'm sorry.
No. For the people who don't know. No, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, look, if it was if it was Tom Brady, people would remember that though. And that's okay.
Oh yeah.
Because Tom Brady, we've known him for 20 years.
Yeah, no, and I watched college ball too. I mean, like I didn't know him. Like I
didn't know him.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, me neither, Mark. Like I didn't know Homeboy, and I watched college ball. I grade prospects. That's my shit. But like I didn't know Homeboy like that. Like, and I hope, you know, for him and his family that they get better. I wish we had a little more to like what's happening or what happened, because I think they're trying to front on that issue too. Because at 20 minutes after, while Homeboy was laid out, or while Hamlin was laid out, people Twitter were like wondering, you know, if that was related to a different issue, like a issue that they were requiring people to go through 2 years ago. And like off the rip, a lot of people were browbeating people just for asking that. Oh, well, you shouldn't be asking about somebody's private medical situation, or you know, like, you know, so I think it was just an unprecedented situation, and it's still an unprecedented situation, being that homeboy is still in the hospital. For a young cat like that, like, you know, they're kind of like trying to like evade as to what really happened. Like, I have a really good assumption as to what happened, but and I have a good assumption that it's probably over something that they required him to do, or they were requiring New Yorkers to do a couple of years ago or a year ago. You know, and I wish. Oh yeah, but
he used to play for them.
You know,
and
and
he was in New York. Oh yeah,
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, he was in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, the GM for Buffalo, I think in July of last year, was saying that he would consider cutting people that wouldn't do that. And Buffalo is a stone's throw away from Canada, and Canada was really tripping about that. Like about, in fact, Buffalo, a lot of times they do stuff more in Canada than or they do stuff in Canada just as much as they do in Buffalo. Like as far as PR stuff, events. You know, Canada, like borderline Canada.
But basically saying he got the jab, and that could be the reason.
I'm hoping that it's not the case. I mean, but that's my assumption. That's my assumption, Mark.
There you go. Lean into it.
It's my assumption, and I think that like the ability to have candid conversations about that shouldn't be thwarted in 2023. Come on, like a lot of people, like, you know, once you bring up that subject, or I'll put it like this, Mark. Once I bring up that subject, you know, like to my family, like, oh, you know, you on that shit, like, nah, my man, like, yo, you, like, you know, and now like a lot of people are listening. You know, a lot of people are a little bit shook, and I know people that I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say why you saying that? Deuce Times sent me something on Twitter. He sent me a DM of athletes in different sports, even referees collapsing, looking the exact same way. So we can do the topic. I just got to disguise the topic. I ain't gonna be able to put it in title and thumbnail. We just got to do it like we do it, like right now.
And that's another whack thing about all this, Mark. Is like in the last like 2 or 3. Yeah, that's whack though. Like we should be able to talk about whatever we want, especially stuff like that. You know, like, and I like a lot of people like they act like if you're not cool with certain facets of life nowadays, that automatically you get like tossed into a pool with like, you know, like racist or something, or bigots. Like we should be able to talk about whatever we want. Like if somebody were to tell me like, yo, like here in New York or in Jersey, like, you know, oh, you, like in a barbershop, well, you can't be talking about that. I'd probably tell them shut the fuck up. Okay, that's his barbershop then, you know, like in real life. But on Twitter, you know, or on the internet, it's either you can't talk about things candidly, or people get overly offended by you bringing something up. And I was even on regular boxing panels or channels that do boxing, like talking about this stuff when it was first introduced, and people making it seem, oh, well,
you
it's
really couldn't talk about it then, bro. It was, but nowadays you can talk about it, and they won't even like. I remember when you couldn't even say COVID in your video. We had to say C19, or you had to talk in code when you spoke about it. Like that's why we would say the jab instead of vaccine, or vaccination, because they was really hot on trigger words and keywords, and they was combing through this shit. You couldn't have it in your title and your thumbnails. You had to be real creative of how you spoke about these things. But nowadays, you can still talk about it more. You can talk about it now more than you could then. But still, like, far as putting in the title and the thumbnail, like to get an audience and gather people to speak about it, oh, they're gonna censor you. They're gonna censor you.
and that's whack.
Yeah,
it's really whack. We should be able to talk.
We're gonna find a way.
No,
and that's what. Sign up for the membership, man. You got some members. You got $2.99. You want to support the show? Support the show, man. And we can definitely do that on the members only. All right.
Definitely, man. And just as a word of advice from me, like.
Only reason I was gonna say.
My bad. Go ahead.
My bad. Only reason I was gonna say it because now we know those people there want to hear it. You get what I'm saying? The people there want to have those conversations. Like so they won't flag the video or try to take us down or give us a strike for misinformation or hate speech or whatever they do. Like the members only be our conversation. So
just navigate those waters very carefully. I mean, like, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, people should be obligated to talk about that because the censors are in place. You know, so we got to be like acting like we're selling drugs, like talk about a regular conversation about something that affects everybody.
Look at
but
you, man.
I mean,
You're
like,
trying to yank us drug dealers.
my advice to the populace, though, I mean, like, you know, if you don't have to, don't do it. You know, and I won't specifically say anything. Like, I mean, like, you know, as far as like, you know, in compromising your job, yo, go anywhere and buy anything nowadays. Like, where it's a brick and mortar store, ain't nobody there anyway. They're looking for people to work, and you get another job, bro. Like, it ain't worth all that. You know, if it's like not, if it doesn't align with your principles, then don't do it. And that's what anything, I mean, especially for 2023. You know what I'm saying? And take care of yourselves. Otherwise, I mean, because healthy people are apparently, like, you know, going out like that. And I hope they don't. I hope this thing was all like, you know, I hope that I'm being paranoid for no reason, because I ain't do it. But I have a lot of things.
But the crazy part is you did not ascertain any of that from this Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp debacle, this back and forth conversation. That's something else that you have harboring that you've been thinking about, correct?
It's an added layer, but you are right. But what Skip said in that tweet was very I mean, with the only thing that I thought was insensitive in hindsight was the fact that he thought that the game should be rolling again. Which I mean, like, nobody would agree to that in hindsight, and neither did he. And I wouldn't defend Skip. I don't like Skip or Shannon. Like, they're both corny. But and I like, if anything, I like Skip less. But you know, I immediately, I'm new to Twitter, Mark. Like, this is like a new phenomenon to me. I'm new to the internet, but like on Twitter, immediately after the fact, everybody and their mom, like, that I saw, like, was talking about that. Like, wondering if that was attributed to that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And I also saw a lot of people playing hall monitor. Like, oh, we can't talk about this. We can't talk about, you know, like, oh, we can't talk about a medical situation. Oh, you want to get into somebody's private shit or somebody's private medical situation? Like, I think we should, because like,
not both ways. You can't say, well, does he have a history of heart disease? And then not say, well, did he get the jab?
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
No, and
yeah, you can it's like nunchucks, homie. It swing both ways.
Absolutely. And in Burger King last year in East New York, they were arresting dudes,
talking about Burger King,
black and Spanish dudes,
wrap it up.
for not wanting to show their papers. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now, and Burger King is 75th Precinct, East New York.
I wish I
did a roundup.
I wish I would have a Burger King motherfucker. Man, excuse my French. I wish I would have somebody at Burger King asking me for any kind of form of identification. And you ain't here with felonies, nigga. You probably got felonies in here cooking these burgers. You telling me I need to see your paper, boss?
Yeah, I think they got like that. No, things got very funny. Like, I mean, like, and I won't forget how, like, you know, I'm not holding it against people, and I'm not gonna do a victory lap if people start, like, if something bad happens because of that. Like, it's not like I'm
did. It sounds like you're doing it now.
Nah, I mean, it may be taken that way, but honestly, you know, I would never root for that, because a lot of people that were forced to take it, like, didn't have the option or in their mind to, like, switch jobs. Like, people like me, like, that don't have bread like that. You know, so I would never do a victory lap for that. And my mom took that stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Like, as did my little brother. You know, like, so it's not. You know, I have a vested interest in this in a sense, because it's my family. So I mean, like, you know, I hope and pray that nothing bad turns out from this. Like, you know, but if it does, I mean, don't let them make it seem like it's climate change. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna try to fool us into some, or that they're gonna say it's due to some other shit.
Hey, look.
But with that.
Hello, real quick.
I'm sorry.
In a day and time where guys are bigger and stronger than ever, right? These kids are bigger and stronger than ever, right? They know how to maximize their VO2 levels. They know how to maximize the weight. You got Victor Conti out here, those people. Is it possible that, according to Nick Rich, he said, hey, dude made a tackle, and as he was doing so, the other player's shoulder rammed into his chest / heart, causing the heart to stop. Not sure what the jab has to do with this. What do you say to that? And after that, I'm gonna close out with HOD. Go ahead, foul play.
Yeah, somebody else brought that issue up too. Like, and a doctor actually responded that there's a possibility that the impact, based on where you hit him in the chest, could have been that initially. But he said that it was that theory went out the window when he had a second cardiac attack. Because supposedly it was 3, but they're saying there were only 2. But after he had a second cardiac incident,
but the damage is done though. Like if it happened right then, like the remnants are still happening, like 2 or 3 days later, right? Isn't that possible? Medical phenomenon.
According to the doctor, I mean, I don't know. According to the doctor, he said as far as having back-to-back cardiac instances, that the impact theory, like with him beating in the chest, was out the window. I'm not a doctor, and I can't make.
I got you. Was he an NFL doctor?
I'm not sure, Mark. I doubt it, honestly.
Okay.
I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, with the link that you met, homeboy sent you. I forgot his name. Shout out to him. In addition to this happening, this happening, I mean, like, you know, we do got to start putting to it, or just keep our eyes open. I mean, again, this might be nothing, but I know people personally, like, you know, that shout out to Meg 526, like, I mean, like, you know, Gange, like people that are my age and younger that out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, like,
having heart problems.
Just keep your eyes peeled. No, they're not even here no more. This is a young cat, like, and Meg, the dude Meg is a young cat. I mean, like, the dude had like M.E.N.E.G. known rapper from Brooklyn. He had songs with the dude that did that song High Hater, Mano. Had songs with other cats. I mean, he's a known dude. And you know, people just don't want to talk about the worm, you know, that seed of doubt that's being planted now. I mean, should be taken seriously.
All right, well, thanks for your call, big dog.
Thank you, Mark. Again, Godspeed to you.
Stop being a stranger, man. We love your calls over here. I know you and HLD bump heads that one time, but it's a new year, man. It's a new show. We all showing love, showing respect to everybody, man. So don't be a stranger, man. All right? Even if you see this ugly.
Absolutely not. And thank you for showing up to my channel too, man, because you always do show love to, like, and show comments on my channel, bro. And I appreciate that, Mark. Don't think that goes unrecognized.
It does go unrecognized. These niggas out here shitting on my name, bro.
Never that with me, bro.
All right. So appreciate it.
But thank you, Mark. Have a good night, man.
All right. I always do.
Thanks again, Mark.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace. I always have a good night. Go ahead, HOD. Shout out to Foul Player for calling in, man. Damn good call. Hey, look, he brought a different angle to the conversation. He said it was the jab. The jab might have done it. What you think of that?
No, man. More bodega economics. I've listened to several cardiac doctors, cardiologists, specialists, and the consensus is that the impact that the young man suffered was at a specific moment when the heart was beating, expanding, and there was a specific sequence at the moment that the hit happened that it made the heart defibrillate the way it did, where it stopped, and that's the main consensus that I've gotten through several doctors that I've listened to. But I mean, that's as much as I know, and I'm not no doctor, so I'm not gonna try to be one. I'm just repeating what I've heard, and it seems to be across the board the same type of conversation. So I'm not gonna get into whether because of the jab. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people get cardiac arrest for different reasons. So
yeah, right about that.
I'm not gonna say because of the getting the jab.
All right. Shit, you got anything else before I let you go?
No, boss man, it was another great show. Appreciate it, and let's we'll do it again on the next topic, man.
Man, thanks for being one of the best parts of the show, man. My good brother HLD, never lacking entertainment, bro. You a crazy motherfucker. You know that, right?
No, man. Me?
I knew how to bait you on the panel tonight when I had them other topics going too. Hey, look, low key, I got Rachel and Nonito up here too, but they came just a little bit. Hey, look, I moved on to the next topic just a little too quick. You always tell me that, like, Mark, just let it bake a little bit more, mano. You mean, mano? You taking it off the stove too quick, papito. What you know the shit you be saying. That nigga be hitting me up like, man, you was right there at it, man. You just should have stayed there a little bit more, man. That's what they want.
You gotta feed them what they want, man.
That's what you be saying. And every time, bro, I never fail, bro. I never fail to just, bro, I'm always like 5 minutes or 10 minutes too quick on the trigger. Let me see what this is from Florida. Hold on. Hang on 1 second, H. What's your name? 305.
Pittsburgh T, baby.
305. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Pittsburgh T. You hear me?
Oh yeah, Pittsburgh T. See, like I be telling people, man, like, look, the area code say Miami, but his name Pittsburgh T. You don't know where somebody from, because I might say the area code. They be like, Mark, that's San Antonio. Mark, that's Vegas. I was like, shit, man, you don't know what these people, man. These some world travelers out here, man. This show is global, ain't that right?
Man, I'll tell you, I was born at Allegheny Hospital. Getting no more Pittsburgh than that.
Come on. Talk to us,
hey,
man.
As far as that Skip Bayless dude, man, and this whole situation with this jab, man, Skip Bayless is a habitual line stepper, man. He got a sour taste from a lot of dudes' mouth, man. He that dude where you just want him to say one more word and people ready to jump off him. So he's never going to get the benefit of the doubt because he's always disrespectful with calling people out their names, renaming grown-ass men, feminine names, doing all kinds of weird stuff.
He made it famous.
Yep. All the way back with T.O., all you had to go way back before the internet and all the stuff that it is now. Even back when T.O., when he was a beat writer, he was disrespectful as fuck to that man. So
he Floyd Mayweather
some
Miss
kind of
Mayweather.
Way, exactly.
Miss
And
Mayweather.
he thinks some kind of way because he does it to their face. That some kind of way justifies it because they don't knock his ass out because they have restraint that they know the consequences behind doing that. He feels like that gives him some kind of badge of honor to do that crap. So as far as that dude is concerned, I just think a lot of people have a bad taste.
He called that nigga Bosch Spice to his face.
Spice, yep. Man, that dude is so disrespectful, man. It's hard for anybody. It's not even. It ain't got nothing to do with race. It's just a lack of just. It's pure ignorance. There's nothing else to it. It's just ignorance. You can't really connect it to race. It's just purity, ignorance. It's part of shock jockey. It's just a lot of ignorance that go on with that dude. And as far as that jab goes, man, look, man, these dudes that be harping a lot of that stuff, if you trace a lot of that stuff back, their kids go to public schools and they're fully vaccinated. They're probably fully vaccinated. So, like, a lot of this stuff, man, we got to stop, man. A lot of these dudes, I don't know if you remember this, Mark, a couple years ago, these dudes was all acting like we was going to all die from the 4G antenna. So, like, I'm just not following this wiki internet science. I'm sorry. Unless you can prove something to me, I don't want to see it. I'm sorry. And then that's why it's being filtered the way it's being filtered, because there's too much of this stuff going on around here right now. So we just got to be careful with a lot of this stuff. These are people realizing these are decisions that people need to make with their own doctor, man. These dudes who are anti the shot, they're definite. They're like definitive, like this is the way to go. Or people who don't have the shot, for the most part, you hear them say, hey, go talk to your doctor. Or these folks who are so anti-science of it are like, no, you can't do it. Like, nah, man, you can't tell somebody what to do. Or there's something wrong with that. So I just think that all of these these different entities, people trying to introduce stuff and trying to make something bigger than what it is, we just got to slow down. Doctors are doctors. They go to school for a lot of time to understand the science behind it, and they have evolving science to that stuff all the time. So just because you read something on the internet, on a website that you don't know what the foundation of, somebody clipped together a couple videos, that doesn't necessarily, you're making a stretch of a link. And that's why they do, when people do have passed away, even the CTE, where we're trying to diagnose people with CTE, people actually have to pass away for you to actually make that kind of belief. I just think we got to slow down with some of this stuff, man, and be very cautious with some of the things that people are saying, because it's very life-threatening for some people that do or do not get those shots. So that part I would tell people they just need to be careful and look out to their own goddamn top. Get off the internet with foolishness right here.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, big dog. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, I appreciate you, Mark, and HLD, man. Y'all be holding the show down, man. Oh, and one other thing, as far as these boxers getting contracts, real quick, man, I just think, too, another thing, sometimes we get fascinated by entertainers, and I get it. That's a reference point that we can all relate to. But you got to look at America as a whole. For the most part, America as a whole is not unionized, right? So by it's not unionized, people at the top that eat real good, be the CEO and all these companies. Because if you look at, say in Texas, if you look at Facebook, if you look at Salesforce now, Amazon, the CEOs have cut back, laid off, or cut back 10,000 plus workers out of these places. And you look at how much the salary these CEOs are making. They're making upwards over $20 million annually. But they're laying off people like crazy, and they're not taking a pay cut. So what does that mean? That means to me that we have a labor issue where we don't have a collective bargaining issue as far as most Americans. They don't have that. So the power that they want these athletes to have, we personally don't have. And most people, if they're not in the collective bargaining where they're in the labor group, they don't even know how to go to the employer and ask for a raise. They don't even know how to go to the employer to ask for a new position. So we got to put some of this stuff in perspective. Like we got to can't be so high in the sky where we want athletes to do shit that we can't even do. We don't even try to do. So, I mean, just some of this stuff, we just got to be a little bit realistic and stop being so ridiculous with it. Because for the most part, we all, at some point, we're not doing things that we want other people to do. Hey, I appreciate you, Mark. I'm going to go ahead and get off, man. You too, HLD, man. Y'all be easy. Have a great night.
All right, man. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your energy, bro. Hey, Pittsburgh T. Hold up. Damn. Fuck it. I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put a survey in the chat. I got a survey in the chat. I mean, I'm gonna put it on the wall. AKA the community tab. I'm gonna keep calling it the wall. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put it on the wall. I'm gonna put it on the bulletin board. I'll put it on the bulletin board. And I'm gonna ask you guys who wins in a prime. Cause we got a survey in the chat. HLD, you can't see the survey, but the survey I'm asking them. Prime for prime, who beats Mayweather? Spence, Crawford, Boots, nobody.
Nobody. None of those guys.
All right. Anybody out there prime for prime can beat him? T.O. Fimo Lopez.
Yeah, man, at 135. No, I think we would have to go some years back to find the guy who will beat him. And I think Hitman Hearns could have.
Damn, we gotta go that far back.
Yeah, because we're talking about.
He that good, huh?
You know what I mean? You know, the guy is such a defensive fighter that it takes. You know, I say Hitman Hearns because he's so long and shit. You know what I mean? And he could get to him. Hagler, those type of guys, man. Sugar Ray. You gotta be fast, man. Roberto Duran at 135. I got Roberto Duran. But it's gonna take a special talent to beat Mayweather.
Yeah.
At his point.
All right. Well, hang out 1 second, HOD. Man, it's been another great episode of Breaking Beats where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else you and I feel like talking about. It's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. Shout out to all the members. Without you, the show wouldn't be at the show at this level. Absolutely not. You guys keep the lights on. All right. But me and my wife keep the lights on. But I appreciate you guys. You know what I'm saying? You guys keep the show. You guys keep me motivated doing the show. I know you appreciate the content. All right, let's do it. Sweaty Teddy. That guy Clips. KP from KC5. Adam Kelly all the way in Australia. KP. TJ. Matt Wade. Kevin Brower. Bodo, Wanda Villa, DJ, Tony Boswell, Carmen Serene, Kansas City Met, Ill Status Boxing, Ace Retro, Tank the Sweet Science Examiner, Beyond and Above Media, Pittsburgh T, good call, my brother. Wani Poxy Magic, SF City Slicker, I Know Boxing, Stephen Bateman, all the way in Australia. We got two, y'all. We global. Deuce Times, this topic was for you tonight, my brother. Glad you enjoyed it. Boxing Lounge, it's Mex. It's Mex. Mike from Boston, Ride of the Storm, hit it there. Miss Queen returns. Thanks for joining the panel. This topic was for you. Trying to give you guys some other content other than just straight boxing all night, because I know you guys support the show in a major way. Taylor Bell, Maddie Yoel, C. Jones 0224, Cliff Bailey, Con Shonery, Lisa Bells, Cooking with the Champ, on the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr., True Media Today, USA Boxing. That's my guy, Coach Malachi Williams. What up, gangsta? HL Deezy, thank you all the time for everything you do. Support the show on the front end of the time, you know what I'm saying, on the live show, but also behind the scenes. Thanks for everything. Cooking with Sir Senior, Brandon Washington, Born Supreme, Sir Senior, good job on the panel tonight. Lady Shan Dundam Season, Dub Rightside, D Bevel the Champ, and of course the big fish himself, my good brother Derek Lincoln, keeping that playback game on tight. You know what I'm saying? Always he was the first member ever, and he's an Errol Spence fan. How about that? What up, gangsta? Love y'all. Always remember, drinks require sleep, goals require effort. Go out there and get your goals. You can get one of those pieces of merch in the description block of this and their video. It's your man Martinez, Breaking Beats, always telling y'all, hey man, respect is free. Disrespect can cost you everything: your family, your freedom, your finances, most importantly, your life, homie. Hey, look, sometimes we're gonna agree, sometimes we're gonna disagree, but never, ever, ever, ever forget this, homeboy.
I built this shit, me, brick by brick, and I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
And I mean that shit. Drive, motherfucker.
This that squad sound.
Subscribe. I don't care how many subscribers he has. Support him. So he made all this possible. He made this possible.
Nah, Dr. Mark, God made this possible, and so did viewers like you. I see y'all on the next one. Shout out to Power 600. Love y'all. God loves you, and so does the neighborhood here, Breaking Beats. Peace.